Ticking on gas, rapping.
Push through, too cool, they can take us. Breakthroughs, you know.
This type of zone right here, they play these rocks, they play this lava. They're so good at hitting arcs, hitting nades, and hitting shots. TSM, Imperial Howl, commanding the game right now, getting it down again. It's DXT, 7 kills to TSM this game, 8 kills. Uh-oh, mama, there goes that man. Howl with a Spitfire in his hand. Watch out, he's cleaning up the lobby. He's mowing down anyone in his way.
The dropship is fueled, the maps are set, the game is on. Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League. My name is Kate. Alongside me in this here dropship, we of course have T-Squared and Vicky Kitty. Vicky, I'm going to start with you. We just saw some highlights of some of the teams in today's lobby, but one thing is for sure, any way you slice it, these NA groups and our EMEA groups, all of our groups are heating up in the approach to playoffs.
So stacked. I mean, how could you not be excited after seeing Howl with that Spitfire in his hand? Absolutely mowing down these kids. I mean, I cannot wait to see what today's got in store for us, Kate.
You're absolutely right. And we talk about TSM and the NRGs of the world, of course. But, Tom, one of my favorite questions to ask you is about the rest of our leaderboard, because we know they can be the silver bullet in these lobbies. They want to get them into the heat, get them into the kitchen, as some of these teams in the bottom half have their backs against the wall, Tom, as the journey to Stockholm really begins.
No doubt about it. So look out for the teams that are on the outside looking in. Yeah, the top 10 teams, they're going to be making it into Stockholm, Sweden. So let's look at maybe like those 11th through 20th seeds, the W's out there. How is Atlanta Premier going to do after they had a hot start and they've slowed down? Renegades, can they get out of relegation? XSET, can they bounce back from yesterday? We got a lot of storylines in these groups.
So many storylines, so little time, but I don't mind at all, because we got 6 matches for these teams to prove they have what it takes to certainly prove they could be in the green over the yellow. But Vicky, the teams, they've had one chance to start their matches on Storm Point. To start their matches on World's Edge. Woohoo! And 3 chances to begin on Storm Point.
Yeah, seeing a lot of these teams kind of filter their way into World's Edge here and feel right at home in comparison to Storm Point has been amazing, because it's really shifted the overall leaderboards, looking at our teams who have figured out Storm Point more than anything.
They absolutely have, and I keep bringing this up again and again, but we saw some great moments of, hey, this is a great POV, who knew it was here? And we just enjoy the discovery of these key clutch moments, these key clutch plays, and of course they lead to key clutch, oh my gosh, I just created a new word, clutch, who knew? At any rate, Tom, as we were talking about the trip to Sweden, that journey to the playoffs, it all begins with these colors, green, yellow, and red.
For sure. Looking at W, right on the out of the bubble, or on the edge of the bubble, excuse me, in 11th place. That is wild to watch how they're going to be able to do today. Are they going to be able to take CLG's spot? I can't wait to see which teams are going to make it in. But again, you have RCO there. You have XSET. These are the squads to look out for.
They are. And Vicky, we talk about the squads they'll go out for, but the reality is there's still some of these squads that have had numbers on the board that could have, if I be honest, a couple of great rounds here, 2 to be exact, that could get them to the place they need to be in at least the yellow, if not the green.
Yeah, we got to add Lazarus here. We got to add Atlanta Premier. These two teams, they need to start kicking things up today while they have the chance because they're not within that top 10. Again, a lot of these teams, they're eyeing for that top 10 spot, CLG spot, that is kind of holding on to that border right there. So that way they have a chance to compete on land too.
Absolutely. Well, you have a chance to be the pro viewer that we know and love, and that's through something called Multiview. It's a way to showcase from the drop to the loot, every strategic rotation, every clean wide, every clean clutch play. I said clutch again. You know what? It's a new word. Just go with it, everybody. You choose which teams, which players you're watching, and which players you're listening to. Those in-game comms are so important. All you got to do, head to our Twitch channel, that ALGS channel, click the command center below the Twitch channel player, near that follow button. Choose which perspective you want to follow. There's so many incredible pro tips, tricks, things you can learn from the multi-view right there. Honestly, Tom, with so many options as a viewer, there's a fun fact. You can change your views as often as you want.
You can, and you could check on when rotations are happening, listen in what they're doing, and then you could also go for the intense team fights.
Intense team fights. We keep talking about things heating up. Well, you know what? Let's be clear. These lobbies, they're sick. We've got the fever. But who do our analysts think could cure these groups of their own KP? Let's find out. Oh, Tom, weave me a tale today.
I'm looking at energy, Kate, because of the fact that after talking to Sweet, after talking to Rocker, I love the vibes that they're bringing to the table. But not just that, the confidence is immaculate coming from them. Ever since they started practicing, they said, after their disappointing first day, they've bounced back with win after win. The comms are on point, the leadership from Sweet. It's so difficult to beat this team when they're bringing their A game.
Talk about bringing their A game. TSM, we need to see their A game. I mean, they've only won one game since Split 2 has started, and that was during round 2, game number 2. I want to see that replicated more so in TSM's play. I feel like I sound like a broken record here, but we know that if any team can make a quick turnaround, it's definitely TSM.
The shots with the R301 always connecting, reps on that Gibraltar. The team fighting, though, Vicky, just needs to be a little bit cleaner. If they can get to that final circle, watch out for TSM for sure. But I'm also looking out for G2 because of the fact that they are playing always with a chip on their shoulder. They won their first game yesterday. That was over towards the thermal station side. Defending home court advantage. I love Designful and the way that he plays the caustic. We saw Resulter a handful of times when he was the only solo for the team, pulling off some big reses using the knockdown shields, but no one is stronger than bubble fighting than G2.
There it is. These teams, so many incredible names and so many names that bring with them so much weight because they have so much that they've already done throughout this scene and more importantly throughout our Pro League here in Split 1 and Split 2. But who will pop off? Who will climb the leaderboards and who will take this group stage by storm? I would say stick around to find out. Now, we've seen those teams to watch, and a huge thank you to Lenovo for helping to support the ALGS here today and this Pro League, of course. But now is the time to find out who us talent think are going to bring that W with those talent predictions. And I sit here and I breathe heavily because I'm trying something new for the very first time. But Vicky, I see you and Tom are in cahoots.
Hey, look, Tom, maybe this time around we'll be lucky compared to our other team friends. I know you're sitting happy after the EMEA region just finished off and you're the one leading the talent predictions. But you know what, this time I have the bandwagon because I 100% agree with this pick. I mean, if we talk about consistency, it's got to be energy.
That was then, this is now, though. I like Kate's pick because she's going for the team that's in 11th place, knowing that they really need to pop off. And guess what happened in the EMEA region? The team that was tied in 10th, Kick, they won, and then they boosted their stock all the way to 2nd place. I see where you're going with this one, Kate.
I appreciate that. Well, not only that, but W, we're talking about round number 1 was in 18th. Round number 2, which is the same grouping as today, they came in 5th. Round number 3, they came in 2nd. That group, of course, for round number 3, also including NRG. So I like to think of myself as a little bit outlier here, but the W's of the world, they are some of those teams that have been consistently in the top 5, in the top 7, in those final circles. Vicky, as we talk about some of these teams that are not the TSMs and not the NRGs, I want to real quick see if we can sort of expand a little bit on some of these teams that have been the thorn in the side of some of these top tier teams that also come into today with some motivation to make it to the green.
Yeah, I'm looking at Bad Boys. I'm looking at RCO Esports.
Yes.
These teams have been putting in a lot of work, but we want to see more of them, especially when it comes to shaking up that top 10 that we usually see within these groups.
Absolutely. Tom, I mean, RCO, we're talking, as you know, I love that Vicky mentioned RCO because I feel like they have been consistent in some regards. But I think we can all agree that when you get to playoffs, you have to be battle-tested, tried and true, which, of course, all of these teams are. But you have to be able to not only continue to get that KP, but you also have to place. You have to have both. You have to have the silver bullet. And consistency, unfortunately for some, has been a bit elusive.
Yeah, when you say both, I think of both maps, right? World's Edge and Stormpoint. So what's going on with teams like RCO? The majority of their wins and their best placings have came from over on World's Edge. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be doing. But when you're talking about your team that you picked, W, they had an iconic game over towards the Trials area where the sniper post was with double Krabers too. So I like where your head's at with that pick. I definitely think that they hit fast rotations. It's just a matter of can they do it on both maps.
That's a great point. And it's something that I think sometimes we forget about, even though we have 3 on each, that there really has been a bit of a shift up here. And Vicky, you alluded to it earlier. I want you to expand a little bit further while we continue to wait for our lobbies to get finalized. But I want to talk real quick about that map change because there's some very key differences between World's Edge and Stormpoint that if you're new to the ALGS, you may not know right off the bat.
Yeah, you take a look at the different regions, too. I mean, this is just North America. This is one of our few regions. Usually at APAC, you get to see all the Watsons, the Cryptos. Very unorthodox compared to the compositions that we're used to seeing in EMEA and NA. You take a look at the other side, looking at EMEA, you see a bunch of Cryptos coming out. The timing to those domes being so crucial in those lobbies in comparison to North America, where we've only seen one team really rock the Crypto, but so many Lobas that I think we need to highlight because we've been seeing a lot of Loba in NA as we move over to Stormpoint. And the reason why that is because there's not that many buildings to really cover when you want to secure those final circle positionings in Stormpoint. So you're negating on that loot. You're low on that loot that you really want to secure for yourself, for your team. And so seeing these different compositions, how does it vary between World's Edge and Stormpoint? I'm really excited to see how it plays out.
Me too. And Tom, I'm excited. We saw in our last game back in our EMEA region earlier today a Gibby list winner. So I'd be curious to see your thoughts on whether we're going to see something like that as we start here on our maps.
Yeah, I love that, and I'm glad that you brought it up because that was something that I was thinking about how on Stormpoint in the interview with Kick, they mentioned that they feel like they have so much cover on the map that you don't really need a Gibraltar because you're defending yourself for the defensive bombardments, and they feel like there's other legends that will give them better utility in those situations like the Bangalore, which North America has not really adapted yet.
Which is sad for me as a viewer, but I am very excited for things to pop off, certainly. You know, let's talk a little bit before we get into our first match, though, about some drop spots. Because, Vicky, we know that these can be so highly contested, and they can make the difference in that early game between a winner and a loser, and certainly can have a domino effect in the late game.
Absolutely. I mean, look at where energy usually lands here. They have so many rotation options. You can see how congested that northwestern part of the map is looking. But a lot of these teams, as we start our games off on World's Edge, we talk about compositions, expect the Caustics to come out. We've been seeing a lot of Caustic, how crucial it is to have that Caustic really clear up a lot of space with those Nox gases to secure and bunker down a lot of those buildings. So that's what I'm expecting as a change-up in comparison to what we are expecting on Stormpoint.
Well, we are expecting so many things, and we've seen so many things, and we will continue to enjoy all of those things. And for that, I will head out for a few rounds, but I'll be back. And this time, it's heading over to match number 1, T-squared. Vicky, take it away.
Thank you, Kate. And going back to those landing spots, Vicky, I'm looking at that never-ending 50-50 that was happening between CLG and XSET. Now CLG is going to move on over towards the survey side, and they're going to give Harvester on over to XSET. But that's interesting because CLG is sitting in 10th place, and XSET is somewhere between that 11th and 20th area. So these are two teams that have continuously had basically beef with each other, and now they're both trying to get into the playoffs.
Which is crazy, too. You talk about maybe some of these 50-50s coming out, too, just looking at the way that the POIs are available here on World's Edge, and you wonder which of these teams still want to take that beef to the store here. Because, I mean, looking at those contentions in the middle of those rotations, leaving the northwestern side of World's Edge has been tricky, especially a lot of the action happening down at Landslide. Depending on where these circles are pulling, you could expect a lot of these southern circles, too. We see a lot of Lava Siphon within our final circles. The fight for the beacons, too, on Lava Siphon could be really tricky. So I'm excited to see how this is going to play into some of the rotations that we're expecting from our heavy-hitting squads.
And sometimes that beef can be a little salty, and they go on to Twitter about it, and that's what I loved about the XSET versus CLG battle that is going to be taking place. But we also saw on the map that Dome is completely available if anyone wants to go for that one. But we're pretty sure, based on these groups already playing, that that's going to be the spot. It's almost 100% because they're just always going to go through the strategies and the motions of the rotation. So it's all about hitting that POI, looting as fast as possible, and getting out of there. Now, when you watch W, they're going to be one of the fastest teams to rotate. XSET, they're going to be one of the fastest teams to rotate. They're the masters of hitting Harvester and hitting Landslide, but they're both next to each other. I can't wait to see what time on the clock they start making their move. Another team that's really aggressive when they rotate, TSM, but it depends on where the zone's going to be for TSM, and that's something that they struggled with yesterday. Surprisingly, we saw so many skyward dives that just didn't work out.
Yeah, I'm actually really glad that you brought that up because I feel like the indecision from TSM just yesterday was kind of their downfall. Obviously, it wasn't being able to secure that KP. That's the reason why TSM is in the top 10. Yeah, they've only taken one dub in Split 2, but they stay on top time and time again because of the KP that they're able to secure for themselves. I mean, look at the record-breaking damage that Hao was able to put down just yesterday with that Spitfire.
But they're not able to close the games out. They're not getting enough dubs for the TSM fans that they're used to seeing, right? And that's because they end up taking so many fights, but eventually one person just gets caught out or the bubble is coming down a little bit late from reps. I would love to see them play together as a full unit and get those comms on point before they, go for these huge dubs because the playoffs are around the corner and I'm seeing other teams kind of put it together before they do. So I think it's going to come down to how fast they're able to rotate. We know the shots are there. We know the teamwork's going to be there for the most part. Definitely keep your eyes on what TSM is going to do. Always one of the teams to go and watch how they methodically go about World's Edge specifically because we know that it's going to be a pretty aggressive first 3 games. We saw in the EMEA region a lot of kills going down. North America slows down sometimes, but these are the clips that you were talking about when he was just putting in serious damage. The R301 2X, eventually the Spitfire comes out. He was just unstoppable at moments here.
Yeah, it wasn't even just the Spitfire that Hal had in his hand that he was putting on this onslaught of pressure. Eventually, at the end, that's when he was able to pick up that lethal gun, picking it up from those death boxes. But it was so fun to watch. But like you said, too, the placement has not been here for this team. Yeah, you're securing all this KP, but first place, those 12 extra points go the distance. And looking at our more consistent teams, Energy, ESA, while we start on World's Edge, I feel like it's really benefiting the OG teams more than anything. We saw a lot of progress from our Challenger Circuit teams. We highlighted them earlier. Bad Boys out here. We have RCO Esports, 2 of our Challenger Circuit teams that have been putting in a lot of work that have been able to figure out maps like Stormpoint. But teams like Energy and ESA have also been able to get that download completed.
Yeah, you can see the CEO just popping off there, feeling extremely comfortable on the Wraith, and then you have the double rotations coming in with Valkyrie, going to be switching on over to Ashe when they go to Stormpoint too, so definitely something to look out for going forward. But you hit the nail on the head. The teams that are comfortable, the teams that have dominated in the past, they seem to be doing really well on World's Edge. Who's going to be able to steal the games from these top teams, though? Because we know Energy is going to come out swinging. We know that TSM is going to be there. What are some other squads that maybe we haven't talked about as much, Vicky, that you want to touch base on?
Renegades, because Renegades really put themselves on the map yesterday. I want to see more of that team. They were very quiet at the start of Split 2, and now they're really starting to make noise. So overall, looking at the teams we still have competing today, while we get set up here, everybody, we're waiting for our players to load into the lobby. But looking at the teams that we are going to see to compete today, there's RCO all the way at the bottom. That roster has such talented players on it. CLG, another team that definitely needs to perform today because they're sitting on the cusp They're sitting in top 10, exactly 10th place, right behind Team Liquid.
There's a lot of potential in this lobby. Teams that haven't really played up to their squad's potential, right? You're looking at like a Ghost Gaming. And then other teams that may have exceeded other people's expectations, maybe the RCOs, the CLGs, you know that they're playing really well right now. Their Apex game is on fire. Who's going to be able to slow them down? Who's going to be able to stamp their tickets into the playoffs as we get ready for game number 1 and the players are going to be loading in? But a team that also had a pretty decent performance last time was OXG. I think the first game that they won, was that overall? I think it was last time that they played. Really nice job from OXG.
Yeah.
It's nice to see them get some confidence and get some dubs on the board.
Yeah, and also winning that first game could mean everything for your team because you could just carry that momentum over into the next one, and you go again and again. And usually game number 5 is my favorite, as I've highlighted before in the past, because in game number 5, you either have teams playing to frag out or teams playing extremely slow, understanding what's at stake in terms of their points in the overall leaderboard. So I'm usually really excited for both game 1 and game 5 for those reasons. And game number 1, when you get started, you get the ball rolling, which is exactly what Oxygen did yesterday. That's how you want to start off your day because you get to build that confidence with the rest of your team.
Really hoping that we get some competitive zones here all over the map. Maybe something on the north, south, and then a central zone. We saw a lot of popular, predictable zones earlier today and yesterday. So I think that the players are going to be ready when it comes to World's Edge. Again, 3 on World's Edge, then we switch on over to Storm Point. I'm still looking at W, and that's why I like Kate's pick a lot, because that's a team that, again, is playing Loba, and they hit the fast rotations. They have a very unorthodox play style, and I love that. I love when we see different type of compositions, different type of play styles, and teams playing into their strengths.
And we're getting started. All our players have loaded into the lobby. We can't leave anybody behind, guys. Come on. And now we're here. Game number 1 in North America. We got to see a glimpse of what's awaiting North America on the other side after we were finished with EMEA. And now I love to see the difference in different regions here, Tom. NA coming out with different compositions in comparison to what we're usually used to seeing in EMEA.
Who's going to get the streamer loot? That's the big question, Kate, as you see what's going on with Renegades. They're going to be looting on over towards the tree side. And Madness, he's a madman when it comes to the loot. He's also got the Digi-Thrust, so that's going to be good if there's any Caustics or Bangalores, which we know there will be at least a few Caustics here. And we never got a chance to really talk about Horizon that much when we switch on over to Storm Point. Curious to see if anyone's going to be rocking the Horizon here on World's Edge.
Yeah, the verticality that Horizon provides, Ashe as well, in the same way with that phase breach. Valkyrie, of course, cannot be said enough with that redeploy, just allowing the rest of the team to take onto the high ground easy, but also that quick get out of jail card. Renegades, as we get to tune into what their journey is over by Tree, we know that they had a pretty good day yesterday, hoping to replicate that again today, and we get to see our first circle. Tom, I'm going to give you my prediction here. We usually see the circle pull towards Skyhook, usually by that sniper tower that's north of Landslide. So I'm expecting a lot of these teams, looking that there's no beacon in that northern building by Frag West, to start funneling either over to the side by Landslide to get that information and to already start making their moves like Phony and Scissors are.
You know what? My prediction is going to be Vicky. Hold on. Let me see where they're going to go, and then I'll tell you. No, I'm just kidding. They're always really good at predicting where those zones are going to be, but you have to definitely keep track of Skyhook. There's so many buildings that are going to be in right there. Sounds like a very safe bet. You can't really count out that respawn building, though. That's kind of sitting in the middle to the left of Epicenter on the edge of the circle towards Survey Camp 2. That could be the potential ending there, but I don't think that's how this zone shapes up. I'm feeling that it's going to go over towards where you were talking about, Vicky, as the clutter from the countdown in the Lava Fissure area is going to start soon, and NRG makes their way into Landslide.
Yeah, highlighting that building that you were talking about, sometimes we see a beacon on top of there, but even when there's no beacon, there's still a fight for control over that building, and it's so strong if you have a Caustic on your team, very similarly to how CLX is playing this comp, because once you lock down that building, it's so difficult to push into that situation. Even if you have a Gibby to dome and create that space, it can be really troublesome, and a lot of teams like to predict where that end circle is going to be going, including situating themselves inside of that building. But as we take a look at some of the team comps that we're seeing from our teams here, CLX, not running the Ashe like we had seen earlier from Renegades, they're going to be able to taxi the big boys over to where they predict that final circle is going to be pulling.
The teams that are going to be playing the edge, the ones that know that they can't immediately get over towards the priority spots in the zone, they're just going to continue to loot up, right? Don't be surprised if you see them sitting on the edge of the zone, going for replicators, hitting scans once that closes and going into zone 3 information. But that multi-view is live. Check out the top and you can see that is the command center below. That's where you go next to the follow button to check out multiple points of views from any of our players here and the team comms. Vicky, what a great addition to Apex Esports.
I love it. I love being able to hear the comms and the IGL coming in from a lot of these teams. Puts things into perspective for you and your own gameplay. Definitely don't want to miss out on that. But also something I don't want to miss out on is talking about W and the fact that because they like to start on Landslide and they are the Loba composition squad to watch, they have freedom over taking any of the loot that's inside of that vault, looking like they are running that Loba. They already have a gold backpack for their Gibby. They're already rocking the gold. So W are also already ahead of the curve when it comes to predicting where that circle is going to be pulling. Renegades kind of following similar with Pow Pow having that gold Evo. They see that there's a fight happening right behind them. Saucer taking a lot of pressure already. Hopefully he could get away or heal up in time because he's still rocking that wide Evo shield.
Right, that's why they had to put the bubble down too, just to be extra safe because a lot of fighting power was coming on over towards that lava siphon side. But it's time to get out of there, and that's exactly what they're thinking. Probably not going to take that balloon. Maybe a skyward dive. They could still foot it. Plenty of time here. Maybe even hit some replicators if there is one over towards the Harvester side, but you got to be careful. You never know if anybody's setting up an ambush, and that's why pings are going down by the Renegades team.
Yeah, some of these teams like to play around the replicators to just boost up their Evo shields here. Renegades don't really have to do that. Minus Saucer having that white Evo shield. Pow Pow again, and Madness looking fantastic. And just to highlight what's in the replicator today, I believe it's the Shatter Caps and the purple 3-time scope, and then the weekly rotation being the same as we've seen for the last few days. The purple bag, the purple helmet. But looking at RCO, having the high ground over TSM already, I mean, this is a troublesome situation to be in because you know a lot of teams are already making the rotation, passing countdown. You hear the caustic barrels being put down right above the heads of TSM.
This is going to be one of those I need light ammo type of games for Hal. He already has 100 bullets, but there's going to need to be a lot more for him to be putting down that type of damage. But Double Gray, you can see how fast they were really interested in getting out of the Fragment East side, Vicky, but they didn't get a priority position. So this is going to be one of those situations where TSM's going to have another tough rotation, and you see one of the best teams in North America, one of the best teams in the world, sometimes struggle to get out of their POI and into a spot because how fast everybody else is moving.
And that's just the way that a lot of these teams have adapted into going into the playstyle that they want depending on the compositions. Looking at RCO Esports is a good spot for them because they want to be able to have the circle to their back so they won't get circle kept, they won't get pinched at the same time as RCO is going to hold this spot. And with the Caustic that they have, they're going to be able to secure this building with those barrels. They know that there's a team right underneath them. Don't think they know it's TSM, but they're not going to give up that high ground because they know that there's another team on the other side of Countdown.
You know who's loving seeing this many caustics? It's going to be Bardoff and Kate. They love the big stinky man over here who's laying down the Nox gas grenades in the damage in the barrels. You can see why, though. He's just so darn good at defending off all of your ground that you need to cover. The buildings, having the AoE around you. I love to see that, but TSM, they're okay with their current composition. This is the double rotation composition, so that's why you want to see stronger rotations from TSM.
Let's go this way.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the Ash coming in from Hal on Storm Point. Again, we love to see that verticality that Storm Point provides, especially with that difference between the high to low ground that map has. But TSM are just stuck under the area near Countdown, but they're trying to put in some pinks to figure out where they want to rotate. You could hear them just trying to figure out where they want to go next.
One of the things missing from this graphic is, for Reps, the most common weapon, which is his charge rifle. The average weapon for him is the charge rifle. That's not an actual stat, but hey, he's been rocking that thing a lot in Storm Point. I wouldn't be surprised to see him do that again and charging up that Evo shield for the rest of his team. But this is how you advance. Coming through Bird. It's going to be Bird versus Bursty, basically, if they want to have caustic to caustic fights. But now the nades are coming through, and Lazarus are pretty stuck in this corner. If one of these connects, that's going to be some serious damage.
I'm surprised they want to actually funnel themselves in that corner. I mean, any of the teams rotating away from Fragment and going through this choke point, it could actually pinch Lazarus. But Buff Pathfinder making the rotation away from their POI, which is going to be the western side, or rather the eastern side of Skyhook. They're already going to meet up with Lazarus, and with all this noise, you imagine W is in the area, maybe looking for an opportunity. And Nox gas to funnel everybody from Lazarus out of that corner. Vise in trouble, and there's that third party that I was worried about coming in from their 6.
Lazarus is getting taken down and pinched by CLG. This is not the vibe. If you're a Lazarus fan, you can see Bird is tossing out the barrels, trying to survive. Will CLG come around the corner and give some help? That doesn't seem to be the case quite yet. They're just trying to take down Lazarus together. That is a serious pincer move.
This was the risk that you invite when you hang out in that corner. Yeah, CLG came in from the third party. There's still that member alive from Lazarus to try to at least reset, but Buff Pathfinder are not going to give up that pressure. CLG, though, noting that with all this noise, there could be another team that could come in on their side, go for a fourth party potential, as Buff Pathfinder are still going to continue on their pressure.
I love that spot that CLG's rocking. That's the beacon building that we were talking about, where a zone will pull sometimes. And if it does, not a lot of teams are in the vicinity. A lot of them are banking on the opposite side where Skyhook is, or even right here towards this platform area, which they still haven't eliminated all of the players quite yet. That's pretty impressive that S1 is staying alive, and now CLG is going to come right back around the corner. But tough spot to be in right there for Lazarus, Vicky. And again, I'm not quite sure what the plan was. Was that, you know, a spot where they thought they could hide and no one would bother them? It just didn't seem like they had that really figured out.
And they went in for a quick rotation, too. You can imagine maybe they could have opted to go for that beacon building that we were highlighting before. CLG had rotated in that direction if they wanted to secure that sniper tower, but just didn't want to too early. GS Bird, though, is going to get called out. Buff Pathfinder with the dome. They're going to close in the gap. They know it's just one. They know they can just sandwich him here. Drez ends up taking him out. And Buff Pathfinder with that KP, they take care of Lazarus. Now they're going to take up this real estate. They know CLG is around the corner. They're not going to stay here for too long. Maybe even hang out by the mouth of that tunnel.
And they still have the barrels at the back of the tunnel that will show them if any enemies decided that they wanted to push on over there. So great job utilizing the map and paying attention to what their surroundings are as we take a look at that mini map. It's going to continue to pull a little bit southern. The beacon building that we were mentioning where CLG is at is not going to be in here. So a lot of teams are going to have to make the rotations in.
It's that sniper tower that's going to be key, and you saw that black market too in the mini-map. You know that W is taking up the real estate of that little truck that's to the left of that sniper tower, and with that black market, they're going to be able to scoop up any loot that they need. They don't want to be the center of attention. They don't want to be the ones to quickly rotate first. With G2 holding onto this high ground platform, though, they're going to have a nice front row seat to where all these teams are going to be rotating away from the countdown area.
Yeah, Lob is so strong in these type of instances, and this is where W lands. So they didn't have to go that far compared to where the zone is going to be ending. Looked like a failed... I don't think that was an EMP. That actually looked like a tether coming through. I was like,
yeah.
Oh, no, that definitely was a tether, but nice job dodging that from G2, not giving up their positioning quite yet. The barrels are being set up for some extra cover, and you know if they start taking damage, they're just going to shoot those barrels and make sure the gas gives them the visual clutter that they need to survive.
Yeah, like similarly to how we've seen Skittles just build up a wall of caustic barrels. We've seen that so many times with a lot of our other teams. Charlotte Phoenix, though, it looks like they were in a fight before, but the opposing squad has the height on top of them. Bowser actually not wanting to take this fight, maybe trying to rotate away here. They know that that squad has the advantage, but now looking at the weapon loadout, we got the Spitfire in the hands of Stink.
They are on the run. Let's find out what their plan is and hop in with a quick listening with Charlotte Phoenix.
Be careful, be careful.
I have to bubble.
Yeah, don't push this. Don't push this.
I'm going back to the left. We can
go
just
back to
go
the
and
left,
storm
okay.
it, Valko.
Yeah, go back. Back to the left here.
He's
Just
looking
hold me
over at
over
me,
here.
looking over at
I
me.
know. I'm watching for you. I'm watching for you.
Okay, I'm sliding.
I made him shoot at you. You're good.
Just get back in the building. We'll back up from the roof.
Okay.
We can Valko from here, Greek. We're also fine here.
Okay.
Yeah, we're fine here. They're just sitting back there.
Yeah, they're sitting there.
I don't know if we can use the Valko without getting hit here, though.
I'm just watching up here. Careful, he can shoot through that.
I think if we Valko from the roof, then we don't take zone damage, but it's up to you.
That zone's gonna fuck us up. It's gonna
okay.
hurt. It's
All
level
right.
3.
Should I rip it now?
Yeah, just find a good spot to rip
They
it.
ulted us.
give
They
you
ulted us.
Here,
we
here,
go in the
just go,
building?
just go, just go, just go, just
Go,
go.
go.
Just do it.
He's on the height. He's gonna look at that. Split immediately. Split immediately. We know where to go. Split immediately.
Right here?
I got knocked in the air.
I split. I'm just going lower.
Wait, you're going under there?
Yes, I said on. Yes. That was the whole play.
I thought we were just gonna play this one and then go.
No, we weren't.
You don't have a Moby, do you?
A little bit of miscommunication leads to a large error there for Charlotte Phoenix. I was a little bit curious why they decided to send it into the defensive bombardment. They could have waited just a little bit longer to pull the trigger on that skyward dive, and then they didn't take as much damage as they would have. And now they lost out on their Valkyrie players. Renegades now taking over the spot where CLG was.
Maybe thinking that spinning to win was the move out of that redeploy, but definitely not the move for that miscommunication. It's unfortunate here. Bowser is going to try to meet up with Stink again, as Stink is going to be able to hang out underneath this sniper tower. Let's take a look at the replay right now of what the action was happening over by G2. Look at all this caustic gas, a bombardment on top of it on Jet, now trying to survive. Now it looks so tricky, and with these grenades, we've seen this before on this top platform, Tom. It's so hard to even get anything going or even take any natural cover when you're out in the open for so many of these teams.
Literally an Apex player's worst nightmare right there. Your teammates are dying, there's grenades everywhere, and then there's a full 3-man team coming in with a bubble to take you out, and now, speed of taking him out, looks like Scary could be gone here as NRG starting to make their move. They do get the knock onto Rocker, and I believe this is a 2-on-1. Can Gajaman clutch this one out? Great shots, and now NRG eliminated in 18th.
Ooh, that's huge energy after cleaning up that fight, too, on that squad on the high ground. Scary. Now CLX moves in for a third party, sending out all these caustic barrels inside of the building, essentially trying to gas them out, but that's going to be the caustic over by the other side. He wasn't going to take that extra damage, but with that third party, they don't even have a chance to reset.
Meanwhile, Vayne, former member of 100 Thieves, now playing on Xset, was able to knock Hal, but I think that bubble res came through 4 reps as a lot of players are starting to fight on over towards the trailer. Bubble is going to go down for 4 seeds. You can see turns on the caustic. Is he interested in tossing the barrels in? He's got one on each side of the door and the Nox gas grenade as the defensive bombardment's going to go down.
Oh, now they're going to be able to poke through the window. LMK now forced with a double kill back-to-back. He is popping off LMK. We're highlighting some of the teams to watch. We're highlighting some of these Challenger Circuit teams, and they're really showing out here.
Verholz is down, Hal as well. That's going to be TSM going out. A lot of our heavy hitters and our predictions going out the window.
My goodness, so many death boxes in that trailer. It's actually insane. RCO, who've held onto this spot this entire time, are now being contested by another Challenger Circuit team. It's Nightmare. So much love for our Challenger Circuit squads, really showcasing why they deserve a spot here in the Pro League. Now Nightmare waiting out on that opportunity. They got a nice set of grenades here, throwing out double arc stars. Washi's got to quickly reset real quick, trying to reposition, but RCO are not moving out of that spot. And now with Nightmare going down, oh, they didn't know that there was another squad waiting for them down here, and it's Xset making an appearance.
Yeah, Xset says, hello, we'll take those free points along the way. You can see the one player down over towards the death boxes, most likely was going down to try to heal, maybe hit an armor swap, realizing that those could have been empty or that there was just another team in the vicinity. Xset is basically baiting this out right now, trying to get the players to drop down. I don't think that they're going to fall for that one, though, as the finish comes in, and Klein and Vayne get the kills. Nice job cleaning up Washi right there, but 28 seconds to the zone. Vicky, they're going to have to make some moves, and again, a lot of teams can coexist underneath that sniper tower, right? You already have Charlotte Phoenix as the duo there. I believe OXG is on top. You can see W locking down the blue trailer, but don't be surprised if it continues to go towards the sniper post. 3 or 4 teams below that thing.
Yeah, and you know, another duo from Nightmare now having to play that out after losing out on their Gibby. They're disengaging here. Good call from them, because they know that the moment they were to get engaged into a fight with RCO, that Xset would just come in for a third party, and RCO taking their time for the redeploy, just planning where they want to land, because these later redeploys are really risky 50-50s. You know there's already so many teams probably trying to secure a spot for themselves, probably seeing more redeploys out in the feed like you do right there. Zerpo also so low. He's trying to go back to the hands of his teammates, but Ghost Gaming now in a fight over by the other side of the tunnel that leads into Landslide.
Nice job pulling up the mini-map there for us so we can see what's going on. Now, the caustic barrels are just so detrimental to the rotation coming through. You can see tick, tick, tick onto Rakinishu. They know that he's coming that way. He has to basically push exactly with this zone, but there's going to be a 3-team firing squad. Fortunately for Rakinishu, he's got a little sneak move behind him until the barrel exposes him.
Oh, we knew that Pathfinder, that team, had put down all those barrels. Bad Boys playing underneath the sniper tower. More Nox gas, though, covering everything. Promos gets taken out. Too much damage from these Nox grenades. You have one on one side, you have one on the other side. I mean, this is a moldy sandwich that I do not want to be a part of. Holiday so low, quite literally the epitome of one, and he gets taken out from a distance.
Speaking of sandwich, you know who wants the leftovers? That's going to be W on the Loba. They're just going to be big chillin', taking all the loot on over towards the side. I believe they're still in this one as OXG is starting to get into the kill feed as the team that's on top of the sniper post. Now, we'll find out where this zone is going to move, but there's a handful of different layers of strategy that come down with this ending. And a lot of times the team on the high ground, once they have to drop, they get a little bit of a gun punch. So they're going to have to throw their bubble down, and this fight underneath is going to be absolutely huge. But you can see it's not going to be into the next zone, so they will have to move in 40 seconds.
That mobile respawn being right there. Looks like a team maybe utilizing that for some extra cover, or maybe trying to pull in their third. And that's exactly what it sounds like. They're respawning now. W have not moved from that spot, and being on the Loba, they didn't need to move from that spot. They have all the loot in the world in that black market. Exet losing out on Claim, though, out in a pretty tough spot. Out in the open here between Countdown and Landslide, but they're forced to use this dome, and they're just sitting like deer in the headlights with so many other teams around them having them in their sights.
No doubt about it. As soon as the bubble goes away, a lot of focus should go on over towards Xset side. You can see again Charlotte Phoenix is there. OXG sitting on top. W with the Kraber. It's Fury. What's new? Rocking that Loba. Always getting the crate weapons because of the black market. Boutique has player outline sitting on the opposite side of those yellow tanks. And now the full set happens over towards the bottom of the sniper post as the zone starts to move. Great damage coming through, but is it enough? You can see CLG now on the chase. That's going to be Xset going down right there. And the Thirst onto Vayne. Tough break as that's just a rat on the Charlotte Phoenix squad.
Vayne was moving too. You saw him shift a little bit of that momentum off to the left, trying to juke that player. Oxygen now trying to come back. W still holding on to the inside. Look at this damage coming in from the Thermite. Now the bombardment on top of it all here too. W, they're sitting pretty. They're sitting happy inside this truck because nobody's contesting them. Nobody's looking at them. And now they can try to fully send it so that way they can get this KP.
Another one of the beautiful things about Loba, you can sit in there and get all of the grenades on top of having these amazing weapons like the Kraber that you can put some serious damage down. Phony needs to heal. I don't believe the bubble is up. Can he get the shot through the window? A lot of damage again onto Fury. No armor swaps inside of the building. The Nox gas grenade is landing as well. W's hopes and dreams of winning game number 1 are being thwarted by LMK.
LMK, that was the one thing he needed to funnel everybody out with that Nox grenade. You can't hold it down in this truck if you do not have a Caustic on this team. So LMK playing to their strengths and playing into their compositions.
You love to see it. Two teams that we weren't really talking about too much. We highlighted W. It's definitely in Kate's predictions. They're sitting in 11th overall. They picked up some big points, but it's nice and refreshing to see LMK coming through and surprising us with a Game 1 victory.
Yeah, and these players aren't unknown to us too, Tom. We usually see these players compete in Series E, and they're now making waves here in the Pro League. One of our Challenger Circuit squads really making noise for that very first game.
Yeah, Turns, one of my former teammates, going all the way back to TwitchCon San Diego, way back then with Brood. That was a lot of fun, and we have LAN coming up next month. That's going to be exciting in Stockholm, Sweden, so if you haven't checked that out, make sure that you follow @PlayApexEsports on Twitter as we take a look at the leaderboard. And LMK, they also put up some big kills there, Vicky.
Ooh, 10 kills here. Also nice to highlight Charlotte Phoenix, although they did go down in 5th place, they also were able to rack up 7 kills on the way to that final circle. CLG, another one of the teams that we were talking about before, because they are currently sitting on the cusp between 10th and 11th place. So important for that team to be able to secure as many points as they can.
It's pretty interesting that the teams that we were saying besides the heavy hitters were the teams that shined in game number 1, but that kind of ties into the other storyline of consistency and what happens when we do go to this other map. But that's game number 1 on Worlds. I have 2 more, unfortunately, for G2, NRG, TSM. Our picks that we had going forward, they didn't really combine for any points together. I think that's probably one of the lowest totals. If you took those 3 teams, very rarely would you ever say they'd all get outside of the top 15.
I feel like it's opposite day. I feel like there's a script that was just not given to me out here. But, you know, looking at LMK, they won fair and square. They had great rotations, and they played into their strengths. Again, taxiing over the big boys, looking at the damage that they all were able to put down. Over 1,000 damage between Forswhat and Demi. You love to see it. Turns doing what Turns does best, though. Funneling everybody out of anywhere they need to be with that caustic gas.
He's played a handful of different legends, feeling pretty confident right now on the caustic. Great execution towards the tail end of the game against a very good team. W was looted and zooted. He was just advancing continually in towards that trailer, tossing the barrels inside, then that Nox gas grenade slowing everybody down, stopping the vision. There's really nothing that Fury could do with the Kraber. W, unfortunately, wasn't even able to get any knocks throughout all of that or any points, so that's a big swing in terms of the leaderboard there for the LMK squad. But that was game number 1 on the opposite side of this break. We're going to have Rain Day. We're going to have Bardoff with game number 2.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
It is time for Game 2 in the ALGS North America. We are here rocking, rolling, and vibing as usual. Tom, Vicky killed it in the first game, and we also saw WLMK get their run in as well. Loba showing up in NA, James. We haven't seen a lot of her in EMEA, but it's a nice change of pace, and you can see if you can hold down a cart like that, spoils aplenty for those who can grab them from the black market boutique.
Yeah, Lobas were great to see, but we saw a lot of Caustics as well, a lot of Nox gas. It's not often you see as many caustic gas ultimates as we saw around that sniper tower. It was kind of like you would normally expect to see bombardments and domes and so on, but as we can see, the caustics were a priority. And we saw some other performances as well, some false starts for a few teams, and I have to wonder what Lazarus's plan was behind that rock, because the first thing I think when I see them in that position is grenades. And they were victims of quite a few of those. I don't know if ambush was the plan, but they can't be going there again, I think, ever, because that was an absolute nightmare, no pun intended.
Well, congrats to LMK. 22 points, that's a big win, but you will be surprised at home. NRG and TSM are in this lobby. Yeah, they're just not on the first page at all. Look at all our top performers here. 17th and 18th, and G2 in 19th. I'm not sure you could plan on ever having something like this. It's probably harder to get these three teams 17, 18, 19 than it is for them to be 1, 2, 3. Really interesting start to the day. But I did hint at this earlier. Some of these teams like LMK fighting for a spot in the playoffs, and it's do or die, right? They've got to put up their big performances now. TSM, NRG, G2 almost guaranteed spots at this point, so maybe slow starts for them.
Indeed, and it's almost like they went in cold and pulled a muscle on the first steps of their run. Now, I chose... Who did I choose? I chose NRG. I chose TSM, then I changed to NRG, but now I feel like I should have gone TSM because I think that their position, I mean, they have a lot of points, of course, but NRG's position is more secure. They've got more points at the moment, so TSM may be hungrier for a victory, but indeed, they were not the names that we will talk about for this first game in terms of performance and heavy output. And there are plenty of teams and names below them who will be just as urgently seeking points to make it to the finals in Sweden. It's been a long time coming, a LAN finals for Apex Legends, and everybody wants to be there.
LMK, really good job. We saw one of those trailers. I said we should rename that thing the cemetery for how many bodies are buried there. It was one third party after another, after another, after another, and you just could not catch a break. But I think it just shows also the intention of where spots in World's Edge are desiring to be held, not out in the open, whereas a rock seems to be, a 5-star hotel in Storm Point. You're fine with that. You could play the whole game behind a rock. It feels like if you're out in the open in World's Edge, it's over. So these trailers are so valuable for these teams, and not only these tighter spaces, but the way the map pushes teams into one another's line of sight, just clearly the most valuable real estate there.
Absolutely, and if you see a counter team composition coming your way, and you're in a small trailer like that, then your party bus, that party's going to be ending pretty soon, because of course the gas goes in there, you've got absolutely nowhere to go. And we have seen some teasers we've seen Maggie's infuses this week, and they can also cause a problem, but when that gas comes in, you know that your day is not going to go very well.
Let's stick on that for a second, because you do bring up Maggie and Fuse. And I look at a situation where a caustic is inside and you see a caustic gas, arguably a character that is meant to kind of stave off aggression, but so good at also adding aggression into moments like that because of the pervasiveness and just the deadly impact of that gas. Almost doing a better job than a Maggie would in a situation like that, when she's a character that's kind of designed to actually siege and to get people out of that position. It makes me kind of wonder what would be useful to tweak to her kit. And Apex has let this be known. We don't need all the characters to be competitive, and I agree with that. I think not every character that comes out has to be geared towards the top, 0.5% of players. But I am also interested in, is there something she could add to her kit? Is it the width of that riot drill? We know she kind of leans on that in her sieging. Is it making it bigger? Is it longer? Is it being able to impact that entire trailer versus just a door? Is it duration based? There's a lot of things that could say, hey, well, maybe she would be the right fit to get a caustic out of there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think caustic is more versatile, of course. With the barrels, you can cover a bit. They're passive, so you can cover a greater area for a longer period of time. But I think his strengths, of course, are short range, up close. Whereas Maggie will have longer range. Same for Fuse as well, to an extreme example when he's firing his grenades, let alone his ability. So how you balance Maggie with that? I guess she can cover ground, which is something the other guys can't do, but I don't know. I think Caustic's versatility in covering an area is too strong, be it stopping people from pushing you, giving you space to fall back, maybe to pop that shield cell around the corner behind a rock. But also, of course, if you're taking an area by force, then the caustic gas going in there is going to be quite a significant impact. So I don't think Maggie has it in her to realistically replace a caustic, however you tweak her kit. I think caustic's just better, and you could try and tweak legends to high heaven, but some are simply going to be better or more useful than others, especially when it comes to professional play. So some characters I think are meant to be niche. I think that's okay as well, but it's great to see just because of how annoying it can be and very entertaining to watch again. That when we did see that Maggie, her use was spamming one of those trailers with the Q, which meant that the team inside could only stay in one end, because of course you have two ends where you could try and hide, avoid incoming fire and shield and so on, and you've got that long window in the middle. You don't want to be in the middle. So if you can only face one end and you've got multiple teams shooting at you, then that can be more than enough to completely grief a team. So I think something like her drill can easily be overpowered, or I don't know if underpowered is the right word, but you can easily swing and miss with that when you're trying to harass a team that are holding in a building or behind a wall.
Really interesting discussion there. We've got a few minutes, so that's why we're going to stick to it, because the lobby hasn't quite loaded in yet. We've mentioned some of the highlights with NRG, G2, and TSM having 1, 0, and 0 points respectively, as well as LMK, CLT, the likes of W, dominating in Game 1 with 22 points and 13 points as well. But yes, Maggie, the newest legend, not really finding herself placed into this meta. I think if you're a casual fan in Apex, it will make sense to you. I think also, if you are a professional player, she does have some elements that are exciting and that are close. And I have always leaned towards, with just looking at my analysis, that there could be more to the Wrecking Ball. I think it doesn't do enough damage to scare people when hit. I don't think the interactions are strong enough, too. Let's talk about this, a Gibraltar Dome, right? You could put that on the inside or the outside of a caustic gas canister, even an ultimate, and completely shut it down. Maggie Wrecking Ball, it hits that Gibraltar Dome, it just bounces right off. It's essentially a loser in most of the trades of more of the mechanical elements and the technical elements of just which ability kind of beats which ability almost. And so I think that also is an element to her that if you look for future buffs or changes or adjustments, whether it's more damage, whether it's being able to destroy a couple of things, there's ways, of course, but we have seen some of the previous legends before that. Obviously, the Valkyrie coming in prior just really, really changed the entire way Apex Legends is played, and that doesn't happen every single legend that we get. Still very, very fun to play, and still a lot on the line, too. So even if she did have a chance, James, who's to say that people would veer that much to try her out? Only one team has really tried her in this lobby. I think the Loba is almost enough of an experimentation, so to speak, since we've seen it kind of drop off in EMEA today, haven't we?
Yeah, we basically saw no Lobas in EMEA, which was very interesting, especially on Storm Point, where we can see quite a few of them. So that was quite a surprise. But what there's only so much time in the day, right? And we haven't seen every region personally. I was looking at the highlights of APAC North, who played earlier today. APAC South played tomorrow. And, obviously in APAC North, you've got loads of Watsons, as I keep mentioning, and the odd Mirage. But what do APAC South have to offer? Because they're going to be having representation at the Swedish finals as well. And who knows if there are some surprises that they have in store. They're playing on Sunday, so I'm going to have a look at the highlights and see if there's anything interesting there. But there are other regions that we need to consider. And it's going to be such a style clash. We heard from Rocker yesterday talking about how he thinks the guys playing Bangalore in EMEA, he thinks it's a gimmicky pick, essentially. And we didn't even get to continents further away. So it's going to be so fascinating to see all these different styles and ways of playing the game clash once we get to Sweden.
It really is, and we've got a few days to keep looking at it as well. Remember, we are loading up into the lobby. We've had to restart that, and so bear with us. We are going to check out the leaderboards to give you guys the big picture. So here's where things start to get a little tense for some teams. you can consider that everyone within striking distance is on this page. Obviously, 53 points separate 10th from 20th. 21 points separate that. And all of these teams have had good days. We've seen Nightmare have moments. Renegade's certainly been playing better and better. Scary, Ganjamin, one of our kill leaders in the entire lobby, 16. They put on a performance that, turning it around today, maybe picking it up, could get them in the right area to qualify. But this is where you have to start to get worried. If you are in that back half of things, it is now or never. We are only a few days away from closing this out and deciding top 10. And like the dropship says, let the Apex games begin. We are here in World's Edge number 2 on the day in North America. Big shout outs to our Monster Energy sponsors as well as Lenovo, who help us keep this running. And, well, that's what they're doing, running for their title.
Now, let's see if the big names in the lobby who went missing quickly in Game 1 can earn some self-respect here in Game number 2. G2 definitely looking to grief as many teams as possible. TSM may feel comfortable once they go above the 75 points mark. And they're not there just yet, but they are pretty close. I'm not doing the maths on whether they've definitely qualified or not, but the more points you get, the merrier. So we shall see what they're able to do. Well, that's a nice pickup.
Yeah, delivery. I'll take that one.
Can raise the alarm that the blue shield is moving around to his teammates, and we might see some early contesting as we see Gunjaman and co on Scary close to Mr. Hakulo and the remainder of his team. Long range at present, a sniper is heard. We'll see if they choose to try and close the distance or move elsewhere. Some nice movement from Gunjaman, but what is the conclusion of this little situation? There's a lot of looting to be done in this area. A Loba would certainly help. And they are going to get peppered somewhat, having to switch out for the blue shield already. That is not ideal. So this is looking very awkward indeed for Scary. Can see Niesel trying to get his blue shield back to pop a battery. So a very awkward start. And of course, this is just going to slow down their looting and rotation elsewhere, as we can see the ring heads north and east.
We've seen this circle quite a lot today, James. This is at least the second time that we've seen this today. And it is actually going to be the third time that we have seen it in 2 days, at the very least. So very, very common area for these teams to be fighting in. And it will be close into the Overlook Fragment East epicenter area, which is going to cause trouble for some of these longer rotating teams. They're going to have to go through a lot of competition to get there. CLT in the final circle. One of our leaders so far today, Ganjamin, and the rest of the squad, Scary, will have to push through them. CLG already starting in epicenter, however. The big icicles that have to be world-breaking, world-shattering here on World's Edge, denoting one of the central most points on the map that teams will be rotating from. And speak of the devil in terms of the rotation, TSM, 0 points after 1. Very, very unusual to see that. But this is what they do, and this is what I like about this team. When things aren't going well, James, they rotate early, very, very early, and they are content to just sit in a building and let the game come to them. And this is, again, some of the experience, it's some of the poise, and I think it's just some of the really good adjustments that they are able to make that allow them to be successful so consistently.
Reps will be fishing to level up his armor. Hal will be doing the same as well, so we'll see how they're able to do that. Just looking at the map earlier on, we saw that nobody was landing dome, and it seems to be an unpopular position, but sometimes teams will spread over there if they will feel like no one's going to drop on them and try to isolate one player early. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see if one of those teams nearby does look to spread towards dome. We'll just rotate there later on if they're not fancying the 50-50s, because again, these points in these late days are very important indeed. See G2 looking very berry-like. They've got a great landing location, of course, and a lot of space, a lot of loot with which to find all these juicy bits and bobs. And we can see that Sweet and Co are looking to ambush. So they've left a door of opportunity open, and an open door would suggest, hey, there's nobody in here. And they're looking to get some cheap, dirty KP early.
You are seeing the Caustic switch for Designful. We may see him go back to the Ashe on Stormpoint, but for now they're running the big boy composition with Valkyrie toting them along. And that is a heavy skyward dive, I shall say, the heaviest in Apex possible. But it is also the safest, since they've got the best tools when you land to buy yourself some time and ward off enemies. NRG Sweet, definitely a player to look out for in this lobby, though these two teams combining for 1 point after one. Does need to be belabored that this is an unusual performance for them, but definitely looking to get back on track now.
Is this where NRG are? Are they in staging? I think they could be. We may soon find out, as they are camping with that door open. And my question is, like, you know, there's a lot less Bloodhounds these days.
Yeah.
So I feel like this play, you know, sometimes you would see that play being set up and you just hear the scan and like, oh, never mind. Well, I guess we'll just have to, you know, try and fire some shots now. But that's happening a lot less because, you know, Valkyrie has taken a lot of the place of the Bloodhounds.
It is
G2. They're forced to dome. We've got double domes now, and they are getting cracked very early indeed. I see a lot of trouble here for G2. Not sure if they survive this with these mastiffs up close.
It's still not over. They've essentially traded, and it's Resulta down, but Gentrifying and Designful are alive. And the problem is Designful, because he's got that 15% extra damage you got to do to take him down. And that's what the Caustic brings to you, baby. He's also got the time to buy. NRG Sweet falls, and G2 take down NRG, and they also send them now into Game 3 with only 1 point.
G2 are going to be laughing at that situation on the Replicator. Fortunately for them, they had their, I mean, they're almost always going to have really good armor, so it's unlikely to be put in a Replicator, be running around in the nudes. But how about that for a response? Got their dome early, stabilized. They had two players who had all their shields completely cracked, basically, and still came out on top, and that's going to just showing them that they are not to be trifled with. So that's an early bath for NRG, but again, they can afford for this to happen because they are in a very good position points-wise, but they are underwhelming starts to these games as TSM's area is starting to get very busy indeed.
Yeah, they're fighting Renegades, and Sorcerer is going to need to hit that Phoenix kit. Matt is one of the best mechanically, and he's just been trying to find his rhythm, and I think he's getting closer and closer to it. It's a great time to start peaking and start trending upwards. TSM on blues now. Rampage in the hand of Imperial Hal. It's not quite the Spitfire, but it's dang close considering how much damage it can do. Would love to get that on a purple magazine, though. It'll be probably one fight before he can loot a box from some enemy and fully upgrade this weapon, especially with a white barrel stabilizer. But the 2-4, that's perfect. The exact scope you want in this thing. I know some prefer the Ranger, the 3 times, but just the ability to pepper so consistently from the sky, from distance, it really can substitute as almost what the G7 Scout would substitute as from afar, but in up close, really plays the same role as a Spitfire. So it's such a versatile weapon, one of those that has constantly been mentioned within the last season of Apex.
I think the Hemlock is still underrated, although I'm sure these pros would prefer the fully automatic fire up close or the Wingman for that nasty damage, but I like me some Hemlock, especially with that 2-4 on it. The 3X is currently in the Replicator along with the purple backpack and plenty of batteries if they are needed by these pros. I think Hal's on the poverty white backpack for the time being, but he may take another one by force if given the opportunity. And again, as we mentioned earlier on, they are prioritizing position for now. So the only team that we've lost early is an NRG with a failed ambush attempt. Might need Sentinels to show them how it's done. Maybe the kings of ambushes in North America, or one of at the very least. Exit rotating now, and they've got some crafting they can be doing. Klane still on the squishy armor, but I'm sure he'll be on blue very shortly indeed.
You would hope so. We've got plenty of time to do it now on the rotation. Let's take a moment, since things are a little slow, before the teams really get into the mix towards Epicenter and more central, to listen into XSET as they figure out what they want from the Replicator and how they're going to make their next move.
Who crafted that? Who crafted that? What the fuck?
Alright. I have 1 med kit, 3 syringes. I'm gonna start going. I actually have no bats. I couldn't craft any.
I'm gonna have 2 med kits, 4 bats.
We need to start going. I only have syringes for healing. There's only... That fucking sucks that team was lava, bro.
I'm gonna take them.
Yeah, I have the one. They're all med kits.
Oh, okay. I'm taking that one then.
You guys have a lot of bats or no?
3.
4, 5 actually.
We're gonna go to Siphon so you can hit the balloon. Just come to me. I'm gonna need 2 bats, Kenny.
Okay.
And I also need a med kit from one of you. I don't have any.
Wait, what did you craft then?
Armor and
Flatline, med
flatline.
kit. And my armor.
Might have died, Kenny.
I need a med kit.
You have a syringe, Kenny?
No, I don't.
Well, you know, it can get dangerous out there when you're messing with the orange. I like to call it the great orange and beyond. And so he goes down. Nightmare, though, no time to even reflect on that one, James. We go right back into the action with Nightmare fighting on the bridge, looking to push with the R3. 21 into the magazine. Nano Fries and CLG holding the high ground. A pretty good spot. I actually like this better than the stairs because you've got so many places and angles to play from and also dip out to. But it is still a bit of a stalemate here as the two teams stare at each other with a menacing look from Nerf and Forcewood on the other side, possibly third-partying this from distance.
Oh, hold on a second. We have 2 teams looking to flank. Now, there is a position under the bridge on the left end of our perspective. Now, CLG have to be careful, especially standing on top of the bridge, because, of course, they are exposed to literally every single direction. So while they fight for control inside the bridge, they can't take too many liberties trying to get a better angle on these grenades. Looking to use the barrel for some cover, which will work out for them, but we make it hard for them to see as well. Well, going to really try and control the space with the gas there to stop the push, and maybe that's partly with concern as to the other teams around them falling back may mean that they are conceding positions different angles, and as we can see, well, as they may see soon, there are a lot of teams heading in their direction. It's almost like some fireworks. I hear there's entertainment in this area, and it's them who have to concede position on the bridge. Oh! Crook coming in. He's one of the 2 teams coming in from the back, so CLG have got some big problems now.
It's Atlanta Premier and RCO who are gatekeeping CLG, but CLG in the meanwhile trying to gatekeep Nightmare. It's turning into a bad dream, and they don't want to be in where they are. They might have to just abandon ship. Atlanta Premier from range. I told you that 3 times. On the Rampage does the trick, and it is certainly doing it for Crook here. 165 until he gets to the purple. We've got a minute left in round 3, and it's still settling down here. Not a lot of commotion. This is kind of the most exciting action you will see for this circle. But as things start to close, take a look at your map. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams at the least outside of where this zone is going to eventually close. So that's 8 teams already going to go into a congested area of another 11 teams who are sitting where this zone will be finishing up. And so it is going to get hot and heavy. It's going to be very, very exciting here, especially with Atlanta Premier already initiating some of this contact. They're going to be weakening these players as they try to move.
Where do CLG go next? Very interesting question. We have to wait later to find out the answer to that. Charlotte Phoenix in a lot of trouble as well. Another team trying to just exist outside of a building, but again, that does expose you to other angles as teams are rotating through. A lot of situations going down at the moment. We saw in the overall map that there were 2 teams in the south, one of them hiding in the building, definitely not in the zone, potentially looking to ambush a team behind them, but I'm sure there are some potential Valcolts involved. In the meantime, Ghost will be keeping an eye on things. They've got a potential for some downs here. Maybe want to hold on to the grenades until they know that they can really stick something or finish off a downed player, finding some cracks in the wall as well. And Charlotte Phoenix are really not going to be having a good time. CLG having some problems. They may be eliminated soon as Mamba has been fragged. Ghost Gaming are going to find Impulsive Dream out on his hands and knees. What is happening around here?
They're going to have to bubble up, but it seems like that's going to get popped very soon. Xset, we heard him on the rotation, and look at them. They're coming in to try to finish off the fight. They will. Look at that, Xset. From the rotation, out of the orange into another one, except this time it's more dome-like. And it's definitely got that shots. Kenny, oh, talk about going mad. He's insane with the wingman. He takes down Madness in the process.
Ghosts have got to be shell-shocked, trying to exploit one team, and they got deleted before they even realized what might be happening. Great shots from Klein with the wingman, really getting some nice damage in. Triple purple for Xset. Got to bide their time, reset as the bombardment goes down. Charlotte Phoenix still alive for now. Pow Pow doesn't have a respawn beacon. I'm not sure if his teammate does. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong people entirely. Charlotte Phoenix will see if they can get their third player back into the game. In the meantime, Renegade still holding on. Very busy area that we're seeing. Lazarus, who had a shocker in the first game and found themselves in a very bad position, will at least have a building in the second, but it's starting to move outside, maybe sensing some opportunity, and CLG have more problems.
Lazarus on 2 points. They've got a lot of teams in front of them, though. We know that CLX, Wash, Atlanta Premier, Buff Pathfinder still in the mix, as well as OXG. G2, Renegades, Lazarus, Bad Boys, and Nightmares. There are a couple of other pages. TSM, although they have 0 points so far, they are still in the mix. And they are hoping to turn that into something a lot more. You see Imperial Howl shooting on to what will be a defensive bombardment coming down very, very soon. Those teams forced to go under the house just to hide. And Imperial Howl, Reps, and Verholz, we like to see them rotate early. I told you this is something they love to do. When they don't do well, they just got to sit there and let the game come to them. And that's exactly what is happening right now. Sitting on purples is W. Also on the outside of this, they're going to have to push in a few seconds. So watch where W try to make their move. They're going to try to take Sniper Tower, and they've got the perfect sniper to do it.
So many opportunists around us. We saw Hal had... Oh, that's a very good start, isn't it? Hal had 80 bullets in his rampage, and he was really trying to be conservative. And Hal is no more because that Kraber is going to finish him off. He's not going to be happy with that, and there's more damage to be done. A crack, but is there any more than that? Oh, my days! Madness, where are you going? Where are you going? W have got more action. There's so much opportunity for them as they press on to find more KP.
W standing for what? Oh my God, what a play from Fury. What a play from Scissors and Phony with a charge rifle in hand, acting like he needs to get involved in the sniper game. A Kraber is enough, my friend. You should know that by now. However, Fury feeling the heat. Phony and him having to do a lot of work here with the hipfire and the R301. Oh, he hit 6 with the charge rifle. A little bit of style on him and a little bit of desperation as well. Scissors, is he going to go down here? W, they'll fall too. And it's Lazarus who comes in, taking down Protectful, 8 in the Destroyer, and Kubsky of Oxygen. So LMK, meanwhile, sitting on the very top, and it's not just an Arc Star, it's an ultimate going to come down from the Gibraltar. And meanwhile, G2 staring above as well, trying to pick up all the fish in the barrel that they're staring at.
W turns into an L after that great Kraber action. They only finished 14th place. Verhulst has been dropped as well. So I think Reps is the only man keeping his team alive as far as I can tell. Renegades go out in 12th. This is compressing. All these atoms just can't coexist together. Some of them are going to be forced out as this ring will soon be getting very, very small indeed. And G2 thrive in the madness. They thrive in the war of attrition. Some nice damage from Designful there. Got some boxes to loot up as well. We'll see if he can get any grenades. He's got an Arc Star at the very least. Trying to get that caustic gas ready, but he's almost 95%, so he can cancel that one and think about their next move. Heading towards the rock. You can see a player to his right-hand side now. We'll see if they choose to push this. Getting shots elsewhere, and maybe he's going to fall back for now. 13 seconds, and they need to move forward somewhere because that ring is going to hurt if they go inside it. They've got to get in that gray zone.
Well, the energy isn't with NRG this game. They were taken out by none other than G2 on your screen. Let's see and listen in as they Valkyrie skyward dive and hope to land in first place.
Wait, is this not playable here?
That might be playable.
We play for this.
Yeah.
Play this.
Yeah, that's good comms. That's good comms.
All right.
Let's play there.
Landing on this. Team might land on us. There's team in the air still.
Team in
Start putting barrels down. Start putting barrels down.
Team's still in the air. On the roof, on the roof.
Cracked that valve. Cracked her.
I'm looking right, I'm looking right. They're fighting, big fights on the right.
They bubbed.
They bubbled on the right.
I'm gonna look right now. They're bubbing towards us. They're like kind of bubbing towards us. They're still playing the side of the house. They might come towards us.
I still have my ult. I still have my valve. I'm gonna pop this up.
Bubbles down, crack 2. Can't see shit. They're playing the stairs.
I'm ulting in.
Crack Gibby. Oh shit, I got a bat. Wait, you got knocked, what?
I'm fucking them. I'm fucking them with ult.
I go back.
They're getting farmed. I'm farming the shit out of them.
No bub now.
They bubbled already.
Ult them or no?
Yes, ult them.
I'm
gonna try to pop battery here.
They're swinging in. Yeah, they're swinging in.
They're getting smoked.
Get ready to third that.
Alright.
The words? They're still on the other.
Well, he's got the Deadeye's tempo and the gold magazine. Nothing scarier when you see it in the hands of Designful. RCO, Sleepy Panda, put to sleep. Design, knowing that he's farming him up, and he doesn't take any chances with that one, James.
They've got pretty reasonable position. You can see Lazarus looking to get their third back into the game, and I don't think they'll be too bothered just yet. Verhulst trying to escape, but a box flies through the air, turned into Chow Mein, and that's TSM in 6th place. 5 squads remain, and 3 of them are all in the same place now as Lazarus are getting pushed. People smell opportunity as that res starts to come in, but will it land in time? I don't think it will. Goodbye to Lazarus. We're down to 3.
You think you could put the caustic gas out and scare me away, says Designful? I was born in it. I was made for it. In fact, I got some in my pocket right now. G2, they take the trailer. More bodies ended up buried underneath, but they are in light of all of this. The graveyard shift for this cemetery. They're the ones coming in at night, every night, know the layout, know the land. They got a shovel in hand, ready to put some more teams who try to contest them into the dirt. Resulta on gold. He doesn't have his ultimate yet, though. And now, oh yes, he picks it up. It's ready to go. He sees 2 defensive bombardments as an opportunity to get 2 kills, 2 teams out of this lobby. G2, are they going to do it, James, and win this game?
This has to be a G2 victory. They're just watching while the other 2 teams fight each other. Designful with the full send. Now the gas is here as well. And there's 1 team remaining. But for how long? Not very long at all. G2 with great positioning. Finish off the job and take the game.
G2, woo! I mean, they are in it. And after a performance in game 1 with 0 points, they come out and answer as emphatically as a team can with a win in game 2. It was fun to watch, James, and it just felt that the energy was in their way. I say it without even trying to mean it as a pun, as they did take down NRG at staging, but it was a game that felt very much like the last game that we witnessed from them yesterday in the middle of that kind of open circle on Storm Point, where they just were aggressors, and that is kind of their style. They love to win and win big, and when they can be the team to go and make the plan theirs and have you react, they're almost unstoppable.
If you think about how their run in this game started, being ambushed by NRG with the open door, thinking nobody was there, using a replicator, having to dome, having 2 players cracked and still smashing NRG. This is the most ego-boosting win G2 could possibly have. And it's so early on that that's not a good sign for anybody else. They're going to be playing with absolute maximum confidence in the remaining matches. Storming the lobby, they found great position. As soon as Lazarus went for that respawn, they know, oh, boys, it's a 3 versus 2. We win this fight, we win the game, because the other 2 are stuck in a building against each other. Beautiful play from G2, decisive execution from them. They were never losing that situation.
Interesting also to see teams that were kind of in the front half of the lobby last game when NRG and TSM and G2 kind of took themselves out of the mix. Really now in the bottom half, it has become a tale of 2 completely different sides. Designful with 8 kills, Resulta with 5, Gentrifying with 2, putting G2 in a perfect position for that 27-point win, 15-kill game, and almost 2,000 damage apiece. really all-around performance for them, and also one that should stir the lobby up, James. If I'm a team that just saw that, especially if I'm one of the teams that, you know, my fans are going to be in the chat, my fans are going to be coming in and talking some type of smack on Twitter, on Twitch, telling me that I didn't perform or I'm going to have to hear it. I'm going to say, yeah, this is a wake-up call. I can't have this happen anymore. I cannot lose like this, outright like this, to G2 that much longer. But props to G2 for kind of holding it down.
Yeah, and also, if you think about the teams who are in the middle of the table, or the guys who are trying to get out of relegation, the guys and girls who might be at the middle or the bottom of the table, G2 killed a quarter of the lobby. So they're taking so much of the KP away from other teams who also badly need that to try and improve their position. So again, somebody needs to stop them for their own sake, because G2 took liberties in that game.
LMK with that good performance earlier on. Only, I think, 5 points in this last one. But RCO jumps up 5. Lazarus with the big play here, jumping up 16 points. 16 from 20th to 4th. That just shows you the impact of where this lobby is right now. First page shown off here. Xset, we saw them. They had a nice little run from outside into the circle. Still, on the back half of things, it is Nightmare jumping up 5 to 11th. Renegades staying involved. Atlanta Premier, we saw them in that little skirmish near Epicenter. And, of course, TSM, 18th. NRG, last.
Let's bear in mind, we all chose TSM and NRG. And if they stay in these positions, it would be the weirdest prediction scenario.
It would be pretty bad.
Like, is this going to continue? What's going on?
Well, you know, I kind of always look at these other elements that can determine a victory, because you look at these 3 teams and you say they're probably qualified. They could maybe stop playing or at least have bad games, and with the next 2 days still probably make it to Sweden. The thing, though, is what energy do they have around? Like, what is their mentality? Do they feel insulted? I know that Hal and, TSM, they tend to get this kind of chip on their shoulder when people start talking about them, saying they're washed. This is what happened in the playoffs, and they kind of had that victory that really inspired a lot of teams to say, dang, that was what I want to do. I want to have that moment in playoffs when the next one comes around. So I am expecting a bounce back, but, man, Maybe G2's just looking unstoppable today. They ended really strong yesterday, James. Doesn't seem to be slowing down.
I have to give a shout out to Kate. She did pick W, so she is storming ahead of everybody at the moment. So we'll see if they can keep it up. But it would be pretty awesome if she did win her predictions in that would be spectacular fashion.
It would be. I think we have a leaderboard to show you. I'm not sure if it's from the other screen or not. Okay, well, we're going to actually hold on to that. We'll keep in touch with what's going on over there after the break. Of course, we've got Vicky and Tom coming up. They're going to cast Game 3 on World's Edge, and then we're headed to Storm Point for the second half of things. Will TSM and NRG turn it around before halftime? Will G2 continue on this dominant spree they've been on? Stick around and find out.
They're ticking in my gas. They're all ticking in my gas.
Shun Horizon.
Kill this,
Get the knocks.
Get knocks. I already killed this Gibby. Nice. Good boys. Game 1 curse. We missed it. We got rid of the Game 1 curse, boys.
Yep.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
The game 1 curse is over for G2 as they take game number 2. We go into game number 3 on World's Edge. The last game on World's Edge before we go on over to Storm Point. Vicky and T-Squared bringing you the action out here. And wow, this one's getting started fast. Vicky, we haven't got on time.
I mean, okay, I guess we can't break down what we saw right there. We could just talk a little bit about it while we take a look at the winners who just came out of game number 2. G2, 15 kills. Tom, what is in G2's breakfast? Because every single time we see G2, they are popping off. They have been the most consistent than we have ever seen them in this second split.
They're definitely just dropping headshot on headshot. Has to be Wheaties. I'm not quite sure exactly what it was, though. I want some of it, whatever that is. Is G2 now going for their loot? And you know what? The rich get richer here. It's streamer loot now at this point, and you love to see it coming from that thermal station side. I'm excited to see what kind of zone we're going to get to, because sometimes, I mean, if you're getting blessed this much with double purples and a blue, maybe you should just get the zone too.
I mean, come on, out here, the game is even giving you everything that you want, but it's not going to give them the circle that they would have liked here to situate themselves maybe on that high ground sniper tower building. Every single time we sometimes see that circle pull over there, but now this time around, we are getting that circle pulling all the way away from them. We still have these 50-50s going on. It's scary now. And they get the crack here. Ganjamin is going to have to back off. They are running that caustic, so at least creating some of that space between them and that other team.
I like the plays coming out from everybody on the scary team. You're going to be blocking the doors with the barrels so they can heal. Backing off for Ganjamin so we can get those syringes in. But you got to watch the left-hand side. We can see the player outlines. They're going to full send it. The bubble's going to showcase which way they're coming from and have they been able to spot any players out. You can see one player is going to be pretty far back, and that's a decent amount of damage. The counter bubble is going to come through, but Serial just get rips apart.
Oh, off to the side, too. They used up the dome first now, and they're forced to back off. It's CLX that are down a member. Scary finally have the opportunity to claim this team, win the 50-50. Another time around, the bow check. Can he land those shots? He gets the 60. He gets the second shot. The Tacula going down. He gets it again. I mean, okay. All right. Doing Orlando Bloom things. I mean, I love it. Here's Scary. They're going to be able to come out on top and get those 3 KPs on top of it all.
I just picture, you know, Orlando Bloom's hair on caustic just flowing in the wind as those shots are going down as we take a look at the zone on that northern side. I'm looking at that respawn beacon playing on the opposite side of the train tracks. That looks lit.
Gotta love Legolas. You gotta have that bow and arrow, just landing those shots and looking at where the circle's pulling all the way to the north. Getting some diversity here. I haven't seen this circle in a little bit. We've seen a lot of climatizer circles. We heard Rain Day. We heard James Bardoff talking about how many times we've seen those overlook circles too. But with the circle pulling all the way north, you can imagine the contention from a lot of these southern teams are going to be met in that choke point, leaving that lava siphon area. You can expect it getting really heated, leaving a landslide as well. But so many of these teams wasting no time to get into these buildings on their own. We talk about the compositions. W still running the Loba here too. So they're going to be able to sit happily inside of these buildings, but because they don't have the caustic, there's nothing blocking these doors to prevent any of these other teams from pushing in on them.
You know, losing the 50-50, Vicky, it hurts, but it hurts even more when it's the bow check. It hurts the worst when it's you getting punched out, but I think the bow check could be second to none.
Oh man,
like the setup coming in from W. This is what they do. This is what they do. They get here so fast from that landslide area. Everyone anticipating survey here, though, and it kind of reminds me of how many survey zones we saw in the previous metas when there was Watson, Pathfinder, Wraith. This is when all of the Watson fences, you would just hear bzzz everywhere the entire time because of those fences in the area. But now we're in the caustic meta, right? And W, that's what you love about them. They get into these spots and they do it without a caustic. They're constantly peppering the teams. They're picking up crates all the time. Getting all of the created weapons throughout a majority of the time. They're getting the Spitfires, the Volts, the Krabers. Now we take a look at what Promos and Farmer Lucas is doing. We're talking about that respawn beacon. Definitely a viable position to go and hold, especially for the caustic teams.
Yeah, we know what Legend could take care of both those Watson fences and those caustic traps. The crypto that we don't usually see here in the NA region. That EMP is not going to be pesky, though, for some of these teams since they aren't going to have to worry about that. Nightmare Challenges Circuit squad. We saw Bad Boys over by the other side by that respawn beacon that you were talking about. They're making their way through the train tracks now. And approaching from the northern side of Survey is definitely going to be a strong move for the team that gets to win the fight on the train tracks. With Bad Boys and their positioning already north of those train tracks, they're going to be able to sit away from a lot of the pinching squads in the middle of the rotations. Because look at this. Look where Oxygen is positioned right now. They're quite literally in a tough place. Just being able to funnel themselves inside of this truck. Yeah, they have the Caustic on their team too, so they can try to negate some of the pressure, but with this Nox gas, they have to hang out by the corners of the truck.
They're trying to risk it for the biscuit, but this is a burnt biscuit. It's not looking good for OXG. You can see the nades are going in. Everybody's starting to push now on the XSET side. This is a risky third party, Vicky. They may get sent on, and I think Klein realizes that this is not as clean as they were hoping for. There's way too many teams in the area. Just let these teams focus them all together, and then we'll pick up and share our kill points overall. But somehow, some way, OXG is alive throughout all that.
Yeah, basically, Buff Pathfinder on the other side says, we are not going to let XSET pick up any KP. It doesn't matter how desperate you may need it here. Oxygen are just going to be able to survive, maybe restabilize, but their doors did get griefs. See the Sentinel shots being landed, though. Sleepy Panda missing that last one. But RCO Esports, they're just trying to take a position to try to gatekeep Nightmare, who want the same exact position that RCO Esports have made for themselves. Our Challenges Circuit squads have been popping off within the North American region. And I love that underdog story. Energy, another one of these teams now making their quick way through the train tracks. I'm wondering, what happened with Nightmare? Where do they go here? As the redeploy is going to come out from Energy, they're not going to take their chances inside these buildings. They're not running the Caustic. They're running a very mobile-heavy team.
And I wouldn't be shocked to see them take the opposite side of the train tracks. This is one of those positions that we were talking about earlier, that a team like Complexity, TSM, the old CLG would always get into that. Another viable position is underneath this bridge over here, over towards the side. You can see another team is on those player outlines over towards the respawn beacon. So they're going to be okay for now on the NRG side. And we know if they really want to get crazy, they could phase breach in there with Sweet.
And I love this decision to go off to the side here instead of taking the other side of the train tracks where Bad Boys is positioned, because they know that will open up opportunities for other teams to pinch them and put them in the middle in a bad situation. So Bad Boys being on the other side of that sandwich won't have that opportunity. Energy are holding this ground here. They know that there's another team on the inside that's going to be RCO Esports, so they're just going to play this patiently for right now.
And you can see that they have the Sentinel on the opposite side, right? And if they are able to get armor checks from NRG, they may full send it over there, because you know that they don't really have a strong secondary weapon if you get up close. That's how tough Energy plays these lobbies. They're completely confident taking these fights. Now, Lucas, if he nails one of these shots as they start to charge, that could be a completely different story. But the Sentinel is one of those unforgiving weapons, and that's why you don't really see it in style that much. But we've seen more of the Sentinel in the last 24 hours than we have the entire Split 2 so far.
Very good point, actually. We've seen these charge-up Sentinels. Saw it earlier on today. Bad Boys still holding on to the spot. A lot of these teams here, what the end goal is for the teams that have made this position into that next circle and have that next information is to just wait out to see where the circle is going to pull. There's no reason for Bad Boys to give up this spot, because then RCO Esports are going to take that real estate for free. They're holding off to the right choke point. You see Energy still holding on to their own position right in front of Bad Boys. There's so many teams that have also been trying to poke from afar inside of the buildings over here by Survey Camp, and none of these squads want to fully send it, because then they're just opening themselves up to these third parties when it comes to more of these northern circles.
We'll see what Lucas can do. 1, 3, 3, 4 damage. I just wish it was 3 more. Vicky, 1, 3, 3. That looks so cool. Lucas being elite over there with his Sentinel, but he's running out of ammo eventually, right? So he's got to be a little bit careful. Yeah, you're shooting shots all the way across the map trying to get the third party kills, but eventually you're going to need that ammo if a team like Energy pushes you. And you can see Energy is continuing to posture back and forth. Fortunately, RCO isn't pestering them over towards the side, so it's going to be big chillin'. While that was happening, a team that was big chillin', that's XSET, got a kill onto, I believe, Protectful from OXG. I don't believe the entire OXG team was eliminated, but that's a tough spot for them to be in. Speaking of tough spots, Bowser almost in no man's land in the middle here. This is not the vibe right now for Charlotte Phoenix. They are in the middle of the open. No more bubble after this. TSM on their case. Great shots coming through from the team in blue armor.
TSM in their favorite spot, too. They love playing off of that high ground after they rotate away from Fragment East. Now TSM now trying to take a little off angle. You see Hal trying to move up. He's got the portal, too, in case he wants to close in the gap.
I want to do a quick listen-in with TSM to hear their comms. Hal's almost on the ground. Let's hop in real quick.
I need to heal. I'm one shot.
Okay. I'm still on height.
Come back down. I think I can't help you up there. Someone is on the top of you. Get back up in fragment. There's a team on height. Jordan, you need to keep your Gibeol, so when they run away, we can use it against them. Your Gibeol just like absolutely fucking did nothing.
I hit him with it. I did 400 damage.
You didn't come that. I had no idea you did. You didn't say anything about 400 damage.
Okay.
Did you hear that, Evan? I didn't hear 400 damage.
He was calling people were low.
I was calling so much damage.
Wait, we're gonna get something open. Look at this Valkyrie under the bridge. 45 flush on the Valk. I knocked her.
Nice.
There's another team behind that no name.
Oh, yeah, they're getting shot by somebody else. They're all dead. They just died. Nice. I have 0 bats now off of that.
Team up here now as well. Watch out, Jordan.
Okay. We're gonna go frag west. Can we go frag west?
Yeah. I have Baltic Cell for you, Jordan. Here.
Popping it. You can drop me back that arc if you want.
How many nades do you have? I have arc and frag now.
I have 0 now.
Okay, here you go.
We have extra batteries?
No.
We might want to go up here, I think, on the hill.
Valk was literally arc start off.
Someone stepped up. Hal, someone just stepped up.
We have to go truck. Go trucks. Go inside the trucks now before we get there above us. Come on, stop shooting. They might shoot you from above, so get along the wall.
Yeah, they're looking.
Any way we can kill this team?
No. What the fuck are we gonna push that?
Hard fight.
We have double wingman.
That's probably G2.
Prominent Phoenix, they might drop. They might look to drop.
These angles are horrible for us.
Yeah,
they
I
might
know.
peek out.
I'm gonna portal out of here. They might drop when I do this. Portal's fine.
Taken.
Wait, someone's in the gas here. There's a team in the gas here.
Yeah, they're gonna slide down. I think we need to get into Epi. We're gonna get thirded.
We don't know if Epi is open. Just chill.
Right.
I hear him on the other side of that berg here. There's a dude up there, I'm pretty sure. Can't tell.
We're gonna have to just Valk ult here. Wait, in the gas.
Phoenix, get in.
Healing bub.
In the gas again behind us.
I have Gibeol, but
Kill to the other side. Go to the other side on me. And shoot them.
Getting shot in the back.
We got ulted.
I have the bat.
Go back, same spot. Go back.
I can't.
I'm literally one shot. When you have Bub.
13. I'm throwing Gibeol on you. 7 seconds. Just crawl back. What are we doing?
Not looking good for TSM fans. Verholz trying to stay alive, using the knockdown shields, using the orange cone, but the wingman shots are connecting, and he's just 1 HP. I like the moves, but he's going to have to return to the battlefield here very shortly. What you love about the knowledge from TSM is they do get eliminated. They knew that it was G2. They just didn't know how to get away from them.
I love it. I love to hear the intel. They knew it was G2 because of the way they were moving, because of the double wingman. Now G2 are going to be able to face off against this team that wanted to go in for the third party on TSM. They knew it. They wanted to take Epi, but they were just stuck in a really rough place with G2 having height over them. That's why they didn't want to take that fight. Now G2, they're cleaning up that KP. It's going to be scary that are going to be rotating away. They're scared of G2. I would be too, looking at the results that they're bringing into this lobby.
It's kind of wild to think that TSM is the team out of these 3 teams to die, right? I mean, G2 is going to chase him down. There's a team sliding down the hill, and TSM's looking for some opportunities. Next thing you know, they're the team that's watching the enemy players on their screens now from the depth screen. So that is a tough break for TSM going out in what I believe could be their worst placement so far in Split 2 in 18th. So hopefully they can bounce back with a strong performance going on over to Stormpoint. But G2's been looking really solid.
That should highlight the skill gap right now in NA. You could see a lot of these teams now getting a lot more comfortable as we're in the later ends of Split 2. You see Renegades making the comeback, utilizing and taking advantage of that caustic nerf, destroying that trap here. Didn't have to fully destroy it, you could have shut the bottom of it, but you know, it's whatever gets the job done as quick as possible as Renegades are going to be able to move up. Madness on the Ash. He's got the phase breach just in case he needs to go right back to his team. That's why you see him now pushing all the way up.
I like the aggressive play coming in for Madness, but now you see the zone continuing to go on over towards the train tracks. NRG will have to make the rotation eventually. I think Bad Boys was the other team on the opposite side too, so this is going to be fairly interesting for our squads that are just all coexisting over here. This is insane, Vicky, how many teams are still alive. I mean, 17 here, 4 kills. That's a lot of kills coming through from the Scary squad, as maybe they will foot this one over the hill, but it's gonna have to be a Gibby ult, and they do have the bubble. They have the Nox gas grenade if they want to go and toss that one too. So 40% until the defensive bombardment's up. That's gonna be very useful for enemy go.
What's really nice to see is that Scary was able to kill maybe potentially Charlotte, Phoenix, or Oxygen, as they usually land in Big Mod because they were able to get some of those Big Mod weapons. Now Lazarus on the bottom end of this rock. They see that team right there on the high ground. They're taking some off angles. They got the charge rifle in their hand to provide some of that extra pressure. But they need to be careful here because they know that they could be between multiple squads making their rotation through that railroad tracks. We see where the circle is going to be pulling. Energy have not moved from their spot too. They know that Bad Boys are across from them, and they're not going to be giving up that space.
No doubt about it. Charge rifle in hand. Has to be annoying for this lobby, just getting crunched for 20 and 34 over and over again, looking for some more pop shields. And there it is. Nice shots with that weapon. Nice little hit scan action coming through from the Lazarus team, but this is going to get heated very soon. You can see now the teams are starting to filter in here, Vicky. Good shots again with the flat line. It's all about just peppering with the damage. Again, trying to force the enemy teams into each other so that you can get your free rotation in.
Yeah, and continuously pressuring them on the edge of the circle. They are trying to circle keep this team, prevent them from going wide, and if they are forced to go wide, they'll be put into the line of sight of Lazarus. So there's a good spot for Lazarus to hold while they inch their way into that next circle. But one thing they can't circle keep is a Valkyrie redeploy. So they're going to have to watch the skies, as a lot of these other teams are also going to be moving their way through the skies. LMK, another one of our teams that have been popping off. They won game number 1. They're looking to do it again. They're taking an off angle here. They're going to be by Energy 6, but they're just going to redeploy out of their G2. The team that just won game number 2 also in trouble, only after Gentrify, but it's not going to be enough. Scary managed to reposition and get the revenge on G2, who actually had them in their sights earlier at Epicenter.
It's wild that both those teams end up going out right next to each other and fighting each other too, just like you were talking about, Vicky. But we do see a lot of action on the opposite side of these train tracks. All hell breaking loose over here towards this epicenter side. Lazarus eating a handful of damage. They do have the Rev Evo shield if they can get that one batteried back up. But now pushing over towards the side is the enemy team's Impulsive Dream from Ghost Gaming, gonna take out Bad Boys, I believe, is Protectful. He's back. I thought Protectful was eliminated early in this game. He's here and taking down Lazarus.
Oh man, Renegades get taken down, W gets taken down, so many squads dropping like flies, 11 squads left for this small circle. Closes in a minute right now as Lazarus only have Dank alive. He's just going to be playing by the side of the truck here, but he knows how risky it is. Not only as a big boy having to hide behind such little cover, but he's getting shot off from the side. Atlanta Premier, the team that we highlighted that needs to put in work, is still alive. They're sitting on the other side of that overall leaderboard, and with this Nox gas, they're going to funnel everybody out, but he got ahead of himself with no dome. He had no protection, and now Energy are coming to clean up.
I mean, it looked good until it didn't, and all 3 players decided that they wanted to shoot him right there. That is a tough break, as now Energy starting to heat up a little bit. Slow start to the day, but now they're picking it up, and you can see Sweet is looking solid with the shots, with the tracking. They're going to eliminate Ghost Gaming. Ghost Gaming going out in 9th place. Well-placed bubble, so they can go and hit the loot over here, but when you see Energy in this kill feed heating up, you wonder, are they going to be able to close this one out? So much experience under this team's belt. LMK, though, 31 points overall. They're having themselves quite the day.
And I love it. I love what I'm seeing from LMK. 8 squads left. They're still alive here. We've seen them pop off before, in the past, and they're looking to do it again. This is a Challenger Circuit team who are sharing this space with Energy, who are waiting on the other side of this rock. A bubble to go down here, maybe just trying to restabilize. Wondering, they may just go for a redeploy. That's exactly what they're going to do. Right after that shield cell, they're going to be able to get that intel for any of the other remaining squads in the area with that Valk passive.
Definitely the play here, because once you throw your bubble down, you're going to have to commit to the skyward dive. There's no way you're going to be able to make it on foot, and the longer you fly in the air, the longer it's going to take, or the faster it's going to come up for that bubble again. So I like that play. Buff Pathfinder, they're bubbleless as well. He's like, you know what, I can't run into the middle over here. There's just way too many teams. We're moving into the final circle here with 7 full squads of 3, but it looks like a couple more are going to be eliminated. Make that 5 as OXG gets killed on their rotation. There goes the Sentinel shots for RCO on the NRG Rocker.
Oh, and another one! Does Sleepy Panda miss? Oh, he has. I just said that I cursed him. He missed that last shot, but he gets 2. He gets a break after that one. Oh, Sleepy Panda, he is on fire with these Sentinel shots. Energy are pressured into a corner. You see the pings, letting them know, hey, they're weak down there. They're weak over to the side, but they don't want to overextend. There's a fight happening right in front of them. It's Wash now. Zerbo dancing around the dome. You see the melee attempt at least, but Wash, they are not going to be able to pull it off, except they managed to pull it. They're going to be able to take control over that train cart, and Energy, they wanted to capitalize with the KP.
Energy trying to finish the players on the ground to get the KP and the armor swaps, upgrading that one from a purple to a red. Sleepy Panda, more like Woke Panda, to be honest, with all of those shots. Now he's going to toss the Nox gas grenade in, and it's doing so much damage, Vicky.
Oh, he doesn't miss the Sentinel shots, and he doesn't miss, not with just that Nox gas and that grenade, but also with these wingman shots. Game number 3 goes to RCO after they just got 2nd place in game number 2. You know that RCO is going to be skyrocketing in the overall leaderboards.
You love to see it. One of our teams trying to fight their way into the playoffs. Anywhere between 11th and 20th right now. Not quite sure exactly where they are. Somewhere around 17th. But W, they were in 11th. They're playing pretty good. That's Kate's pick. What a game at the end right there. And Sleepy Panda. Wow.
I mean, looking at the way that RCO Esports performed in the Challenger Circuit, Tom, I'm not surprised. We were talking a little bit about them in the pregame, and just looking at the way that RCO has been able to perform consistently, at least being within that top 10, top 15 spot, they're looking to take this entire lobby by a storm. Taking that win, they get 9 kills and the dub on top of it all.
It's really crazy what one win in this split will do for your confidence. Now they're starting to string them together. I think in split 1 they only had 1 win. Maybe they didn't even pick up any. Picking up some serious points here with that one too. 9 kills to boot, 21 overall. Energy was popping off in the kill feed. You saw them. Xset did a great job on their rotations, but a tough game for a lot of those teams on the outside looking in. Again, G2, TSM basically taking each other out over towards the side. You saw G2 coming around and hunting down TSM, and then they went down, I believe, to Scary a little after that. So you see on the second page, not a lot of points to be had for these teams that couldn't make it into survey.
Unfortunate, it's surprising. TSM out in 18th, G2 right afterwards. Right after G2 was trying to send it down on TSM, who were getting pinched by Scary. But to highlight that this is such a good position for RCO to be in, RCO overall, in the overall standings, are sitting in 14th. This is great news for a Challenger Circuit squad that has this LAN in their sights. The top 10 make their way over to Sweden, and with this win, yeah, you don't need to put in a lot of damage. It was all about that positioning and coming in at the right time to face off against these players, but Sleepy Panda was popping off with those Sentinel shots.
So many major organizations are looking strong going forward to make it into the playoffs. It would be amazing for a new organization like RCO to stamp their ticket into Stockholm, Sweden. Wow. I'm just surprised by the way that Sleepy Panda was able to connect on those Sentinel shots. Not only that, they got Rocker back up fairly quickly there. I'm curious what Kate thinks about that game. Let's bring her back to the desk.
Well, I'll tell you what, any game that has Caustic in the late game, and any game that really showcases what Nox Gas can do is a good one for me. And I'm also really loving the call-outs from my W pick. W is doing some great things, but we've also seen the likes of RCO, as you mentioned, doing incredible things up against what we would call those top tier, the G2s, the NRGs, the TSMs. Well, they're saying, hey, listen, this lobby's wide open. Let's not even go to that chapter, but let's talk about the first one we had today, which was match number 1, because it gives me a chance to talk about some caustic barrels, because they were everywhere, Tom. They were on the high ground. They were in buildings wherever you smell it. The stinky legend and that Nox gas. They had some incredible. Look at you can't even see them playing through the gas.
There are so many caustics, and that's why I love the point that Vicky brought up in terms of, hey, maybe someone should bust out the crypto and counter this in World's Edge for NA, because you're going to be getting rid of a ton of barrels all over the map. You're going to be getting a lot of EMPs off. Be one of the only cryptos inside of the lobby too, so imagine just continually getting scans on the zones. But yeah, you saw the sniper post, how brutal it was for a majority of these teams, and then LMK methodically making their way on over towards this trailer and taking out the W squad that you had picked, Kate.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you know what, Vicky, spot on here as well. As we talk about match number 1, we see LMK really pulling it out there. Note that TSM went out at 20th, G2 out at 18th. So 2 Titans out very early, I think allowing someone like an LMK to really showcase what they can do without being gate-kept at the top of that rotation. But Vicky, we talk about if this, then that effect. There's some huge plays. We're seeing some here in the early game, specifically between G2 and NRG, which led to NRG out first here in this game number 2.
Yeah, I almost got a sense of deja vu too, seeing W on that sniper tower with the Kraber. I mean, it basically replicating what we had seen just yesterday. But you highlight some of these teams, LMK, W, RCO. I mean, when it's opposite day and you have that second page filled with these T1 teams just not really making it within this top 5, this is what you're gonna get. Really, the only team really here to stay consistent has been G2. Energy making their way, of course, into the top 3 as well in that conversation. But it's so difficult when it comes to these caustic compositions on World's Edge when you have nowhere to go.
Absolutely, and of course match 3 went to RCO, but let's talk a little bit about TSM, because they consistently have great positioning. We know they can play these epic clutch plays. Ooh. But there are some teams that need to reach uncommon heights, and then there are some teams like TSM that seemingly just need to play up to their potential.
We've been playing so much Apex and watching so much Apex that I almost forgot that triple kill with the bow check existed for the first opening strategy there. But TSM, going back to what you're talking about, Kate, they have not been able, with their good positioning, to capitalize on any type of rotations. As you see, one person capitalizing on positioning, that's going to be Sleep E Panda waking up the lobby.
Yes, that wasn't just an alarm. That was a I don't know, a full building shake. Sure, certainly. Vicky, let's talk about, I mean, this has to be beautiful for the likes of RCO fans everywhere. And you know what? I appreciate the 1-2 punch of a nice Nox gas, or, grenade coming in to really showcase what Caustic can do, especially at the end, especially after those incredible plays from Sleepy Panda, who is, to your point, not so sleepy anymore.
Especially when you have to gas out all the players on the inside of that car. I mean, where are you going to go? You're basically funneling them into the line of sight of the rest of your team. They have to get out of there because of the amount of damage that take damage ranks up to be. So it's so difficult, but I don't expect to see this many Caustics as we enter Stormpoint.
Which is making me sad all day, but that's okay because we've got a lot more interesting things happening. Speaking of interesting things happening here, Tom, we did see a little bit of early we saw some aggro kind of off the rip for some of these areas, some of these teams dropping in our first couple of matches, which I love to see, but of course can make looting a little bit difficult.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We had some pretty fun zones here. That's a classic zone over towards the northern side. And you saw how fast everybody was at rotating, right? The W's, the X-sets, they're making some serious moves overall. Unfortunately for the teams on the south side, they didn't get that much action going on over towards there. G2 had a pretty tough rotation going all the way from down in Thermal Station to the opposite side of the map in that last game. So it's pretty surprising to see that they were able to pick up TSM along the way, because TSM's in Fragment and that somehow G2 gets above them. So that's a little bit weird in terms of, that's what I'm talking about with the rotations from TSM. It doesn't seem to be as crisp today as usual.
For sure. Well, let's take a look at how it has impacted our leaderboards here for NA. Match 3, Group A, VB. Here we are.
Wow.
And RCO, Tom. Oh, yeah, talk to me about the wow, Tom, because that for me, right? Yeah, I'm just going to sit back here.
This is unbelievable. You never would have predicted this in a million years, because you're also looking at the team that I don't believe has any points right now, sitting in 4th overall on this leaderboard. So after 5 days, I believe, they weren't able to accumulate anything. I think that was multiple last places. just goes to show you that this is a completely different day, and NA does come to play. So very competitive and very even.
You're absolutely right. And Vicky, as we take a look at the second page, who would have thought? I mean, we do see the likes of so many of our teams that we have been keeping an eye on in that first page. But guess what? I see a 1 and an 8 in front of the TSM game.
I don't think I've ever seen TSM sit so low in the overall leaderboards this deep into our day here in NA, which is really surprising. I know we talk about it a lot. We talk about this team a lot, but it's for a reason. This team is always performing to their highest standards. But recently, within the last 2 rounds, they really haven't been able to be up to that bat.
It is a very interesting aspect, and I will say at this point that TSM, I feel kind of bad sometimes because so many fans and so much of our expectations heaped upon the shoulders under the bright lights of those 3 guys. But there's a reason for it, of course, and it's that TSM has continually been the team that all of us look to for premier play. So we'll see what's interesting. I will also say, Tom, and tell me if you agree with this, a motivated TSM, a TSM that feels like they're up against the wall, that has not performed as well as they could, as well as they would like, as well as they know they can, coming into a match 4, that's scary.
I think there's a couple reasons why we saw TSM struggle. I'm going to start with the composition that I don't really think that they need to change, but let's again touch base on how many caustics are actually in this lobby. Almost every single team is running caustic. So how are you going to be able to push through these barrels when you don't have that legend on your team? That could be some of the struggles that we're seeing today.
Well, you know what? We're going to find out what the future holds for not just the TSMs, NRGs, and G2s of the world, but certainly those squads like the Ws, the RCOs, and the LMKs that have really been popping off throughout the first 3 matches, and we're going to see them on Stormpoint, and that'll be coming up right after this.
Let's go! Let's go! Today's our day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, ready to go. A lot of Apex Legends has occurred, but we are mixing it up now, heading to Storm Point. It's Rain Day and James here with you on the cast, and it's been a heck of a day for some teams we didn't expect. RCO Esports with a big win. Sleepy Panda going off. Nothing sleepy about that. Panda with a Sentinel in his hand, and RCO Esports at the top of the leaderboards today. I'm not sure anyone would have predicted this type of leaderboard, James.
Yeah, this is quite the leaderboard we are seeing. It's a very unusual top half, but it's nice to see. We're seeing variation with the weapons, of course, with the longbow and the replicator now. Normally we're expecting the charge rifle, but we saw some nice Sentinel highlights in that last game. And the teams that we're seeing towards the top today, it's pretty good to see. But the question is, can they hold on to these inroads they have made towards some nice points for today? Because in a lot of these different teams are in different situations, be it trying to qualify for LAN, be it trying to get out of the relegation zone. There's a lot of different things at play for these different teams. So for many of the unusual names, we are seeing some great things in the top half, and all the talent predictions now are in the bottom half. Kate is leading with W up front, or I think no, actually NRG have taken them over, haven't they? So I guess it's TSM and W now with some fat L's, and NRG will be in the leads.
And, you know, teams like, even on the first half, you look at the way that RCO are playing, guys that deserve a shout-out. You know, 5th place, held by XSET. We don't talk about them a lot. We had a little listening with them. We get to see them play Klain, Kenny, Vayne. Obviously, Vayne coming from 100 Thieves is a team and an Oregon Apex that is continually doing big things. They got great content creators. They've got a great org here that's committed to this Apex Esports, and so got to shout them out. NRG, though, jumping 11, you're right, but Scary jumping 10. And it is just the incessant and sometimes, you know, what people might feel a frustrating success of Ganjamin, because he is a character we can't really get rid of. Him, Pastillo, Nemego, he is just a kill machine. He honestly is fragging with the best of them in a team that isn't within that maybe top 5 echelon. But today they're 6th, and they can keep on moving up. That's kind of what's fun about the way we've got the next 3 games set up for us as well. James, you know, your thoughts so far. I also, you know, if we have time before we load up, I'd love to see just kind of where we are for the playoff picture as well, to give people an overview. But what are your thoughts on this? Because this kind of sets the table for teams like XSET, teams like W, how important it is to keep this momentum up today.
Yeah, I think W was a great choice by Kate, especially because they're on 52 points. Going 3 spaces up, Sentinels are on 58. They're only, like, 8th place is only 6 points away from where they are at the moment. So there is so much opportunity. There are points on the table. And again, I think if you don't have 75 and above, then you might not be comfortable with where you are at present. So there's definitely danger. We can see Team Liquid only 2 points away from falling out of LAN. Like, this is not a comfortable spot for them. And the same for CLG, who I think have had an underwhelming end to the previous year, but there's some great potential for them if they can hold on to their place and move out of that zone. But again, these last games, these last days for North America, they're so important. Torrents especially, they're definitely a team who are looking at the opportunity as well as complexity near them. There's a lot to fight for in this middle table.
Even RCO, who are leading the leaderboard, imagine what a win today would do for them. That would put them in the mix for most likely 7th, something around that area, 8th, and that would be huge. And you look at XSET in 5th, we talk about these things, meaning, you know, Scary right behind them. These are 3 teams that are performing extremely well because they have to, because it determines whether they're going to LAN or not, determines if they're fighting for $1 million. And, you know, on the back half of this, you start to see a little bit more desperate situations. Ghost Gaming, CLX, they are in this lobby. And LMK, a team that has been involved. I think they might have even taken our first game today. So desperation across the board. LMK facing a different kind, though, because they're trying to stay in this thing, get out of relegation. Certainly a top 10 would do wonders for them as well.
Yeah, speaking of desperation, Furia are 3 places away from being in the relegation zone. And that is That's not what they want to be, quite clearly. No. And I think they've had some very underwhelming games so far. So they definitely need to, even if they're not going to make it to land, they need to make it away from the danger zone there, because it's even if they are in a situation where the challenger teams come up and they do way better in that scenario, you don't want to be there in the first place, especially when you like to talk on social media.
Well, there's no time to talk today. It is all about action. We've switched maps, and there's 3 games left. It's time to put up or shut up. It is Storm Point, ready to go for these teams, desperately in the need. RCO. You saw W. You look at squads needing the points to advance and to make it into playoffs. Well, this is their moment. And at the top of the leaderboards, it is just a matter of doing what they've done already. So at least the formula is figured out. It's not something so unusual. It's just a matter of staying consistent, playing these circles the way that you've done, and being confident that you have an opportunity to, really make some great momentum for your org.
Stink has to be the most interesting name we have in this lobby. Oh, you're a pro player? Oh, what's your game attack? Stink. If you deliver it with confidence, then maybe it can work, but maybe he won't get his stink on in this particular game because his team are in a lot of trouble right now as Washed fly around. Lots of pre-fire from Jeldan, but now he's the only man standing for his team, and there are problems on either side. Hiding behind a white shield is less than ideal. Trying to get his shields up. He has got blue, so if he can fill that, then he could be in a good spot. Hemlock and Rampage to switch between as he thinks about, does he go for a res of his teammate, or does he try to go for the thirst instead? He'll get the Jibby down at the very least. Make sure there's no dome if he can. There we go. Nice work so far. Falling back now. Nice spatial awareness there. Make sure they can't get any semblance of a dome. And that's a worst case scenario as well. They've got themselves 2 KP at the very least while he tries to duck, dodge, and dive.
Clearly he doesn't have any ordinances, right? So I think he's just going to let his teammate call out the comms. Is he running around the corner? He certainly is. Now he just hides behind these shields. Sometimes they can be hard, but doing a really good job, Jeldan, of not allowing... Oh, wow, he's just letting him get by. I think he's biding time, and, he may be able to round the circle. He is going to have to peek here. He knows he's low, but it's kind of a beautiful play because it's saying, well, if you don't come here, I'm just going to get my teammate up. If you do, we know you haven't had time to heal. So it's a beautiful situation. Just don't get headshot. That's all it is. It's a little bit of a mind game, a little bit of chess. And Greek is literally 1 shot away. This is when you go for the res. And he's going to do it. And Greek is going to take the trade. He's going to hit the med kit. And if he doesn't, now he's got 2 players to fight. The bubble is down. It was tough. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. And Washed win that one. Really nice play from Jeldan and the squad to manage that fight.
W in an early fight. We've got double domes outside as they look for an early W. Whee! Very nice headshot. Sit down, please. Trying to get those long-range shots, but you're not making it to that launcher, my friend. You are going to be out for now, and we'll see if... Oh, no, never mind. OXG have been eliminated, so wherever the other player went, I think he may have landed into some trouble as well, if that was all of OXG in that team. But W, looking, again, we saw their position in the overall leaderboard. They have great potential, and that is some extremely valuable KP for them early.
Well, here's how it's going to start. We can expect an ending towards the bottom half or the center of this. You don't quite know yet. We're still waiting for that secondary circle information, but it will be central, and that is one thing that's important to note. It won't be northern. It won't be necessarily southern and Gale like the places we've seen. Lazarus, a team that is in need of points, and they look keen to find them. Bird on a blue. Dank hitting that Phoenix kit. Certainly needs to rise from the ashes of this one and climb up to continue the fight if they do want to finish off that KP, but I think they'll be content here. Round 1, you're alive, you're looted up, you've got a little damage, and you've got your Valkyrie Skyward Dive ready to go. You've also got a Black Market Boutique here, so who knows what'll come through. And Loba, as a burglar, her best friend, will help provide to them.
I don't mind a boutique, but, where's the free bottle of water? That's my question.
This isn't an airplane flight, you know.
This lobby, there's a lot of contesting on Storm Point, and there's a lot of teams who want to land in the same place, and they're going to battle it out. They're going to flip the coin. But while it is early on Storm Point, it's late in the day on the leaderboard. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of these teams who have maybe lost out on these initial coin flips will find somewhere else to land and try and loot and limit their early variance. But then again, perhaps not. There is pride involved as well, and pride can lead to our demise as well. And have a look at how busy this area is going to be. Exet and Lazarus already coexisting, as we see, one below, one above, but now there are limited angles with which for them to maneuver, because everybody's a bit hungry for something, and there isn't food for everyone.
No, there's not. It's a buffet, but you still got to pay to get in. Buff Pathfinder, they lose Dressav. Kimchi Lee hitting a bunch of shots. That grenade is definitely going to force them toward the back. I'm not sure it'll do any damage, but it's enough for Vayne to feel confident that he's applying pressure. I always wonder about those trades because, you know, it's a grenade gone that could have been in the pocket. Is it better to do it and take the risk? Is it better to just save it when you know you're going to be able to get some value on it and they really can't go anywhere to avoid it? It's still early, though, so not like they're worried about running into another grenade after a while. Dodges the nice choked up shot. Asura working with a Mastiff. Is he working with shield cells, though? Doesn't have time to hit any of the recovery yet, but AP Crook, you can see on your backside, holding out the edges. It's also Bursty and Buff Pathfinder inside. So, as you said, James, a lot of players holding the same real estate, not enough room for everybody.
Oh, wow. We've got a bacon double thermite being thrown outside by Buff Pathfinder, but there are so many open windows. It's really hard to find an angle to find some cover, especially when you don't have your Gibraltar, you don't have the dome, you are lacking in protection. It's a very nervous situation, and Anta Premier just falling back now as this is a very busy area, and you can easily get caught out if you're not careful. So many teams, so many angles. Exet with 2 purples and a white armor, maybe looking to switch one out as there are definitely some boxes around. And what has become of Lazarus? We can see they are still downstairs, but those buildings will be occupied by our third team as well now. So it's only getting more compressed. We can see Renegades are fishing around as well. They've got their hooks out, trying to catch something, trying to feed the family. You can see how awkward things are for Lazarus. They have a Valk, but how would you even find an angle to launch without getting shot as well if they need to rotate later on? This is going to be very uncomfortable for them, Black Boutique or not. Black Market Boutique, excuse me.
At least they keep it predictable, you know, and in that case, what I like about something like this is you just know what your options are, and so does everyone else around you. Being in a building, in many ways, is strong because of the defenses, of course, and just being shielded from any damage outside, but it's also strong because you only have certain options. When you are playing out in the field, it does take a certain level of confidence and willingness to give away 2 good options for maybe the third one, which is the best, because you have a lot more. In a building, there's a door, and you got to get in or out and stop the team from going in or out. Kind of the same thing with a bubble here. Malice Mamba knows he goes in and tries to knock someone down, or he gets knocked down. In this case, both things happen, but CLG, Vatro, able to get him back up and give him a pat on the back. Good stuff, buddy. We got more fighting to do.
Indeed we do. RCO, this won't be their favorite fighters. They all have plain armor. Not much to speak about, but they're alive, and that can certainly help. Although, as I say that, they will go back and forth, downing players, eliminating others, but they'll get their teammate back up. We'll see if he can get his shields back up. A shield swap in there. Holiday finds himself suddenly purple, looking like a grape in the best way. And again, we've seen this position be awkward for teams when there are no doors. They've got doors for the time being and some looting to do as well. They'll spread the wealth of the utility, get your heals up, and of course they've got the low bar, so they won't have to push too far to try and find some more resources later on. But for now, they're trying to control the area around them. We spoke about the doors there. Might be a lack of downstairs somewhat, but they'll have a quick look at the loot as they have forced that other team away somewhat.
Big day. Big day for RCO Esports if they can keep this up. 42 points. Where does that put them on the top of the leaderboard for this afternoon? It puts them in first. Where does that put them for, ironically, they having 42 points in general over the overall leaderboards for NA regular season standings? That puts them 11 behind CLG, who currently are in 10th, currently have that final spot in the playoff. Assuredly put them in the mix for Sweden, and almost, if they keep it up, make it hard for them to get out of that mix with only a couple days left. So much on the line for them. NRG, a team that when you compare it to the 42 and, of course, the 53 at 10th, they've got 87. So they're still playing so well that they can afford a couple of bad games. They can afford a tournament that's a bit lackluster. And that's what we've seen today. 17 points after 3. It's nothing horrible, but it's not up to par.
I am wondering if NRG were looking to ambush somebody again as they dance around and look at who might be in the animal enclosure. Why do people climb into animal enclosures? You see it in the news every few months, and it's not even just in Florida. So I do wonder, like, what really is happening there. But
I don't get it.
We'll see what they...
You know, maybe they're thinking that it'll be like Harry Potter, you know, where you could suddenly find out you could talk to snakes or you can command a lion or something like that. You know, we've got all these shows where people are communicating with animals, people living with tigers here and there like they're their best friends. I mean, I think the illusion has been presented to popular culture, maybe not in a good way, James.
Can see Sweet's
you
doing some research.
You won't find me climbing.
Sweet sending out the recon to see if Nathan is in the bush. Maybe they're saying, like, can we even see him there? Like, what is the situation? Figuring things out there. They're definitely discussing bits and bobs. NRG now. W are actually in the enclosure, and I would assume they haven't seen them just yet because they are hopping around, but they are surely waiting for somebody to open this door, to walk through this door like it's some kind of game show. Maybe there'll be smoke, but not the wrong kind if you're on the receiving end of it.
Behind door number 1. It's a lot of trouble. That's the only thing you know if this door opens and NRG are behind it. W behind another door. They've already decided to leave it in their past. As Scissors getting shot as he climbs up on the Valkyrie, holding that role for the team. We haven't talked too much about Scissors. Phony and Fury, they've had big moments across their time in the ALGS. Scissors, though, has been so consistent, playing such a strong role with the headshots, too. It's just that little bit of discouragement. Don't come closer, otherwise you know what's coming at you.
LMK maybe playing edge once this zone has closed. They'll be observing the proceedings in the enclosure as well. That big bright dome visible to many players. So W, they have a Valk, but they're content in their position for now. I don't know if they realize that they're in a sandwich. We've got the Prowlers coming through as well. The Prowler third party is here.
Yeah, and that's when you can't really handle if the animal jumps out of the enclosure towards you. So, unfortunately, there are just some circumstances you cannot plan for. The athleticism of the Prowlers here on Storm Point, something notable for sure if you jump into Apex and haven't played this lobby yet. W, they're a team that Kate picked to rule the day. I think there's a good reason why. They are a couple of players with the clutch gene in them. And Phony has had some great clutches in playoffs prior. You know, they like to play different lineups. We saw them with the Loba, and we see Fury now on the Horizon, one of my favorite picks in this map with the verticality, but they're not afraid to do their own thing. And teams that like to march to their own beat, you know, love them or hate them, and that's typically how it is, polarizing. They impact the game, and I think W, for the most part, has found a way to impact it positively and make a real dent within this lobby as a team that, at any point in time, can take over a game.
TSM trying to limit their variance, it looks like. They seem to have changed their approach entirely. Of course, it is a different map, and that will have something to do with it. But we did see some early rotations from them on World's Edge, and now they seem to be playing Edge and just staying out of it. Someone who isn't, so a team who isn't, is G2, who are in the thick of things, in the thick of the jungle at present, and it is starting to rain on them as well. And when it rains, sometimes it pours. We see Nightmare aren't the only team in this area. G2, they're getting their teammates back up, but they could find themselves in further trouble.
Lee, I'm not sure if that's Kimchi Lee on Buff Pathfinder. I think it is. Dressav and the boys helping to take down Lazarus. Nightmare working this tree like it's the last salvation, like it's the world tree. G2 desperately trying to hide behind the rocks as Salvo rains in of bullets from behind, resulted just getting himself back up to full. Medkits needing to be popped by the rest of them, and that's Washi actually doing a lot of the damage there with the 30-30.
Yeah, Nightmare appear to have way more shields than G2 do, so G2 may have to excuse themselves from this area and try and find some resources, or take them by force. That's always a good option. They have the purple armor for that. They've got the bullets for it as well, but will they have the position and the opportunity perhaps it'll be taken away. They find themselves in a better situation as far as cover and rocks are concerned, although a grenade in the wrong place could be an issue for them, but perhaps those have been thrown already. We saw Designful passing a grenade, and indeed we spoke about the shields and so on, and I think he may be making some bats in the middle of everywhere. His teammates will try and keep him safe as he does it. He'll have to hope that there's no Loba to steal those either. That would be quite something.
Yeah, it would be. I'd love to see that interaction. Where's W when you need them? They're on the horizon this time, though, so they won't be able to do any stealing here. And I do agree. It's a bit of a risky replicator, but you can tell how valuable those shield batteries are as the game moves on and on. TSM, we told you they like to rotate early once things aren't going their way. But even when they rotated early, it didn't quite shift the tide. And now they're kind of splitting the difference. Not rotating early, but not rotating too late. Let's listen in to TSM as they navigate what could be a crucial skyward dive for their tournament hopes.
Yeah, just chill, just chill. There's a team to our east also. There's a team to our east. We can't just crouch. Look, another team is running to our northwest.
There's a team behind the fence over there. There's two teams on our southwest side.
It's fine, we're fine.
Yeah, they're gonna get pushed on the west. They're gonna get pushed on the west. We have to destabilize.
Another team flying.
We have to be the one. Listen, we have to be the one pinching other teams. We cannot just sit still.
We need to wait for this team to get pinched on the west.
It's a crate right here.
Do we have a Phoenix?
No.
Yeah, I do.
I'm just popping a bat. I'm not risking it. I'm popping a bat. We have zone. We're gonna have Jordan. Yeah, we have to wait here. We have to converge on one side, probably the east side, and clear our east, because we're gonna get pinched here. I know they're just trying to block our vision. They're trying to block our vision. Why are these guys like so horned up for us over here?
I don't know. You gotta let me know what you see over there.
They're just sitting. They're just trying to sit in corners over here. They're getting bullied really hard.
I think
I have a really good spot here on me. I have a good. Actually, no.
I think we're gonna end up TPing on a team, whatever team is fighting. With Ash.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I feel like they have to be fighting back here eventually.
They're safe on the other side of the wall. They don't have to fight.
Yeah, they don't have to fight on that side.
They're on the height of the rocks.
The Horizon team is walking up to third party of the water fight.
You think we should walk up to you? I can't see anything.
I don't know. They left it.
Because we can hold. If your spot's playable, we can hold out.
One of the teams back there just Valk ulted.
Evan and Jordan, walk up here. Watch our back still.
I'll watch her back.
Yeah, come over here, Jordan. Look at this.
Marked my next location.
These guys have Horizon. There's at least 2 teams here. Let us know what's going on, Evan.
One team. I think someone got knocked over here. I think there's 3 teams over here.
Okay. You might get landing on Evan. Listen, you might get landing on Evan, so be careful. We're gonna play these rocks here later.
30 flash on a Valkyrie over here. This team's in a horrible spot. Team flying in.
Crack the Gibby. I don't know where this team is.
They're like in the rocks here.
We have to hold this team out, Jordan. I'm like stuck on fucking nothing.
I don't see this team.
This team over here is kind of walking up to this tree behind us.
I got full kill.
Nice.
On the left, Jordan.
The truck. Crack the Gibby. One.
I'm reloading. We're good on this side.
The team is landing on the rocks here in the middle.
You're alone, Evan. You're alone.
Shoot the Gibby when you can.
It's a duo here. It's a duo.
Get these kills. Gibby headshot.
Dead. All dead. Nice. We clear our side.
Our side is clear.
There's so many free kills on the north side. I'm gonna walk in and look at this.
I think TSM are about to be upon G2. They've taken down X-Set. G2, that is, Designful, and TSM, oh my god, navigating just the chaos. I cannot tell you how stressful that was just to watch and just to hear so many different roles, and a little bit of luck as well needed to survive that one, and somehow they have. But Verhulst under pressure. I think this might be the G2 fight we were talking about.
comfortable in a very anxiety-inducing position. TSM, they thrive in the madness, and Hal knows how to get some kills. G2 also in trouble now, and it goes from bad to worse. Did I see an Arcstar? I don't know if they survived this. In the meantime, Reps has found himself some space, and TSM are going to force an opening for themselves. G2 trying to survive around the launcher. They might be able to do so for a time being. They will drop Fury, and WR eliminated. Do they have the shields for this, G2? This has been very expensive for many teams now, trying to buy themselves some cover, getting a respawn beacon in there. I think they're alive for the time being, but I think they're very light on resources indeed.
They are. I was going to say a grenade right before this happens would be beautiful, and it is going to do so much damage, but it is not enough. The idea was right. I think it was Hal who threw it, and he was just a day late and $1 short, but CLG Nano makes sure to pay in full. Gentrifying, almost going out. He sends himself up and away. Is he going to die in the zone, or is he going to be able to make it back alive? Gentrifying, I think he falls. That is G2 eliminated. Oh my goodness. Well, he chose his own way out, James.
Verhulst managed to grab him in the air for the style points. TSM now, they found themselves some utility, and they found themselves more angles, as this is so awkward for so many teams. Behind that tree hasn't been good. Verhulst was out there fighting 2 or 3 teams alone earlier, and now they find themselves with more opportunity as there are less squads. LMK, CLG, Buff Pathfinder, NRG were moving through as well. Atlanta Premier still here. And TSM now they'll think that they were in a much better position to maybe win this game because there's no one behind them. NRG are somewhat exposed. They need to open a supply bin just for the extra cover. Looking for some kills though, and the shield swaps as well. The zone's going to claim some victories also. CLG still delivering some frags, and we're down to 5 squads.
Sweet is so close to having to go down due to the zone. He got a lot of attempted KB, but those kills were picked up, I think, by TSM. And now TSM able to pressure them at CLG on top of the rock as the 4th squad, maybe with the best height and the best position. Nathan, he will fall, and it will be NRG eliminated. It is Imperial Hal with the finishing blow. TSM, we asked, where were they? Well, say hello. They're right here, and they're not going anywhere. 2 squads left remaining. I believe it's CLG up on top of the rock, and behind it, and TSM looking to fan out. Reps in the middle, Verhulst, Hal, both taking the flanks, looking to close in on their prey. CLG, what can they do to turn the tide back in their favor?
TSM, Gods of War, growing with power in this position of kill after kill. But hey, it's TSM 10 kills, CLG 11. They are ready as well. 2 teams needing to rise in the short term. CLG maybe rising in the long term as well after a long absence towards the top of the table. But can they take out one of the biggest challenges in this game? Look at the spread of TSM. They are focused on CLG, who have a lot less cover, trying to keep their shields up now. It's anyone's guess who's going to take this one. Just trying to harass each other, but that ring is going to be the enemy of everyone.
CLG, TSM, no need to move. A final circle that will bring us the action eventually as it starts to close. 1 fanned out like a tidal wave, ready to crash from all sides. 1 grouped up together like a speeding bullet, ready to go as a team through the heart of the fight. Imperial Hal, he gets a crack there. Thermite coming along as well. It's the flat line, and it is singing. Reps comes through, full red Evo, and he's seeing red on his screen. He's got the shots of the Mastiff, and it's TSM cleaning up game number 4. Emphatically, we are back, they say, and they're making sure the lobby knows it.
Wow. Just where they landed in the first place, surrounded by teams, understanding the urgency, understanding that they need to pressure teams and force them away to create more space for themselves. There's very few teams who are able to choose to be in a situation like that and thrive in it, but TSM are certainly the ones seeing so many targets, leaving Verhulst alone to cover the back, and the back is 3 different directions and at least 3 different teams, and he's harassing all of them, seeing opportunity. They were engaging maybe 5 different teams at once. TSM with a great performance in the first game of Storm Point.
It was just fun to see TSM in those comms. I think that's why they're so electrifying to watch and to commentate and to see how they play these circles, because everything, James, feels like it's desperation. Everything feels like it's do or die, and you see them fighting, it feels like from behind, yet that momentum and that energy they bring because they're fighting so hard puts them in a position to win more times than not. And you wonder why we keep talking about them. One of the only teams, I think, in Apex Legends esports that, regardless of how they do in one game or regardless of how they do in one day, show up the next day or the next game and make sure that we know they are on top. This is a team that has done things no other squad has done in Apex esports, and there's a reason for it. But the trust of the young Verhulst, like you said, to watch their back, the integration of him into the squad, really fun things to watch here as we start off Stormpoint, James.
And have a look at these kills. If you include the numbers of the players of TSM and CLG with their kills, that's half the lobby. So the rest have to fight for the scraps after that. Huge game, but credit to CLG as well. Again, a brand name who haven't really been achieving what the history of CLG maybe deserves in the last year, but definitely a big performance from them, and they have been getting better and better in terms of their results recently, but that is a big game for them. Respect coming second to a very nuclear TSM in first place, and again, it's pure scraps. It's teams fighting for bread in the bottom half. There's not really much available for anyone, and there were a lot of victims that we're seeing here with very few points. I'm seeing a lot of zeros in this half.
And that's usually a bad thing for teams that we are hoping could make a run. And, you know, it tends to be that some of the teams down there, like Scary, even though that, you know, their placements weren't good, got 3 kills to their name. So even though they're finishing in the 14th spot, they're probably more like 10th, 9th in terms of overall points. Sometimes it's not so bad to be on that second page because you can make up for it. It's certainly a team that needs it as they are trying to get into playoffs. But 9 kills for Hal, 3 kills for Jordan, and of course 1 kill, but a lot of damage and some clutch plays and assists for Evan Verhulst, the newest member to TSM. And what else to say? I mean,
what else we can say is this is why I don't ever want to see crypto on Hal or anything like that ever again. He needs to be out there fragging. Simple as that. Just very straight up. He needs to be out there just taking people down. No messing around with drones, nothing like that. Just be on Wraith, be on Ash if you want. Either one, doesn't matter, but just be out there and just wreck people because that's what you're best at. Absolutely devastating. We saw it yesterday, we see it today as well. A huge performance in a very sticky situation. The spatial awareness you need to survive and thrive in a situation like they landed in, there's very few teams who can do that.
Well, it's almost like a manager, you know, really making sure that you have your task, but I'm not going to watch you every day. I'm going to make sure that you know what you need to do, and then you're going to go ahead and do it. So I can concentrate on this element of running the business. And if Apex Esports and TSM isn't a business, I don't know what else is. They certainly are transactional, getting the job done like one. CLG jump up 8, RCO still in the lead, but our top 5 has shifted quite a bit. TSM up 13 spots to 5th. LMK dropped 2. G2, even though they lost the TSM there, still made it, I believe, into top 8, and so they will get a couple of points and stay 35 and number 3 in the mix. Buff Pathfinder, though, Scary, NRG, Xset as well, exactly where they want to be. Maybe not NRG, but 3 of the 4 that I mentioned want to be in that top 10. That'll help for their playoff run.
Yeah, while TSM won that game, the important story right now is that CLG, 4 games in, are currently standing second in today's leaderboard. They have such a good opportunity to move deeper into that top 10 and make it to LAN. That is such a big result for them, coming second there with the amount of kills they got. I think that's of course, you want to see TSM performing well, but I think the big story is CLG and the position they're in. These points are so important. There aren't that many play days left, and they are crucial for CLG for sure.
Well, NanoFries, Malice Mamba, Vatro, you know, congrats to you guys as well. We got to keep shouting out these teams who perform. CLG certainly doing that, even though TSM take the win in game number 4. We'll be back, though. Game 5 coming up soon. Let's see if they can continue the run that they've been making, both TSM and CLG, or if we'll see some bounce back from G2, if we'll see Scary get involved. RCO Esports, we know they're trying to get into the top 10. It's coming up after this.
Just sit there. Hold the bubble. Hold the bubble.
Valkyrie's hit once. Valkyrie's hit once.
I'm holding him off. Help him, Jordan. Help him. I cracked the Ash. I stuck it.
Back one.
Ash is dead. Kill them.
One left. Nice. Let's go, baby.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
2 more games remain here on Storm Point. We'll find out if TSM can repeat back-to-back victories right there. They weren't really doing too hot on World's Edge. Now they're coming through on Storm Point. Do you think that's because there's a lot of caustics, or do you think that's just because TSM's now heating up a little bit?
I think those late rotations coming in on World's Edge are now really showing off on Storm Point their adaptation. I think now they're really going in for these quick rotates. You saw that they were facing off against 3 teams out in the open. I was sitting on the edge of my seat the entire time looking at their position. But you know, after taking that dub, that's all TSM needs to ride on that momentum. So now going into game number 5, I'm expecting them to put down the wave again.
No doubt. I mean, you got to get the vibes going. You got to be feeling positivity on the TSM side after that one. I love the comms over towards the end. They were so excited about the grenade damage that was coming down and collapsing on the teams behind the rock over there as we see the bow check bow back in action for the 50-50 for Charlotte Phoenix. Stink's trying to land some shots in, but he's not looking like the Legolas we saw before.
Yeah, no, not going to be able to land those shots as consistent. I mean, it's easy when you're in their face, too, but you see Stink taking a much more passive approach. From afar, though, did hear a crack going down. Going to be able to take this angle. It's going to be difficult to also contest Stink just in this spot alone, waiting for Bowser to actually approach from the flank. They're looking to sandwich this team, wondering who's on the other side here. Bowser's also got that Havoc in hand, doesn't have that turbo. They just landed here. That would be absolutely insane if he was able to obtain that. It's Washed who's actually sharing this 50-50 spot with them.
Now that the bubble's gone down, makes you wonder what they're going to be able to do here, because that's not even a playable bubble. It was just tossed down to get a little bit of cover so they could rotate around the corner. Not an ideal situation coming through, and this is taking a little bit longer than both of these teams probably would hope for, and the loot is pretty bad. Let's be honest. You have Sentinel, EVA 8 over here. Someone's got an alternator. This is not the fight that you're looking for, and you can see the nice head glitch angle coming through. Is the Sentinel going to be able to connect? It's not, and the EVA 8 shots aren't connecting either for Greek, but Bowser's going to come through with that Havoc. If you looked at all the weapons so far, the Havoc's definitely going to be putting in work along with the car.
Greek got robbed. He got robbed there. He barrel stuff with the Sentinel. He didn't manage to close it out. Now Zerbo, though, the last one alive here for Watch. He's trying to hit fire that Rampage. He gets the knock. Is it going to be enough as he dances around the knockdown shield? No! He cannot. Stink with the bow check. Comes out on top. And you have to imagine that fight lasting as long as it did. RCO Esports are nearby. Exit, they land nearby. So Charlotte Phoenix versus Watch in this 50-50 didn't come out as clean, as quick as they may have wanted. But at least they do come out with their Evo shields charged up. You still got those 2 blues and that 1 purple.
Perfect timing to pull up that map there. We could see what you were talking about. All the rotations from that northeast side could potentially happen very soon. But now everyone's making their way down towards the zone here. You can see it pulling on over towards the south side. Lazarus inside. OXG, they're popping off in the middle of the zone. You can see Hackilo and his squad, RCO, coming through. And RCO is trying to have themselves a day. What do you think about how RCO's played today, Vicky?
I love it. I love this performance from RCO. I had the ability to cast their Challenger Circuit performance, and I was really looking forward to seeing how the squad was going to do in the Pro League, and they are not disappointing me whatsoever. Again, they consistently stay within the top 10, and now after taking that dub, you heard their comms. You heard how positive they sound, and that's, again, that energy that you need to carry together as a team. Looks like TSM in some trouble themselves, kind of out in the open here, as a lot of these teams have made this real estate their home, but we've seen a very similar circle here, pulling all the way south of Barometer. We saw it Justin and Mia yesterday with GMT taking that dub, usually pulling over by the little island that has little to no cover minus the rocks.
I was wondering what happened for Vorholz. He just kind of disappeared on the map, and I was like, did he get eliminated, or what was that? It was a phase breach, excuse me, from Hal to get out of there and get into a better position. But this is what we're talking about when we had the interview with Kick earlier today about cover for these defensive bombardments, and that's why you're seeing a little bit more Bangalore being utilized, and it's still surprising that no one's really picking that up on the Storm Point side for NA and gotten the memo. They're still rocking that Gibby and the classic composition, but I love Loba for Sleepy Panda getting off the Caustic and switching on over. They're going to be in a good position over here towards the zone. Meanwhile, NRG, not their best performance, but we'll see if they're going to be able to pop off here like TSM did in the previous game. They're in the zone as well with their double rotation comp.
Kind of been the theme for today, right, Tom? We see a lot of these high-performing teams coming in from the Challenger Circuit, putting in waves here for today. Our T1 teams over on the other side of that page, though, now making the comeback. Ghost Gaming also in some trouble now. They're on the Trident. They're forced to actually just reset a little bit before they want to continue on their journey. It's W, though, with Fury on the horizon. We highlighted it before we even got into Storm Point, how important this Legend has been on this map because of the verticality that the Gravity Lift does provide here. Gives you nice view over a lot of the teams that are playing off over to the side and gives you that distance that you may need. But they're not going to fully send it on that team. Ghost Gaming get to see another day. They're going to get back onto that Trident and try to continue on with those southern rotations.
No doubt about it, Horizon gets stronger as the game goes on, similar to what Caustic does too, because once that zone starts to close, you can almost use it as that Caustic ultimate, right? Just throw down that black hole and then start chucking grenades left and right. Atlanta Premier with aggressive skyward dive. Now the bubble's going to go down by the enemy team. There's the black hole that we were talking about. That's going to be Phony eating it to the PK, and Ronnie's taking some damage. That's the black hole sucking him up as well. Nicely placed, but no damage follow-up coming through. Atlanta Premier is going to take that free kill.
Oh man, now they're backing off immediately. Good call here as the third party is rotating in. Nightmares are making an appearance, but Ghost Gaming have the high ground over them. They're in a better situation. They also got the redeploy. Maybe they got the phase breach. Got to look at 6 real quick as Impulse is just going to be able to fly away. They're taking up this building right here just to make up for that lack of cover out in the open. They see a lot of more teams rotating in this direction, and they know what's at stake here. This is game number 5 now, Tom. These teams know how many points they need to be within that top 5 placing.
Barnoff just dropped a crazy knowledge bomb in our talent chat over here. Sleepy Panda is #1 in kills overall, but he has 15 of the 22 kills before game 5. That's insane, Vicky.
Oh, wow. We saw him pop it up earlier on the edge with those Sentinel shots for a reason. I mean, he is landing his shots. He is warmed up, and RCO's ready to go. Today, you heard them. This is their day, and they want to be able to replicate that within these next few games on Storm Point. Atlanta Premier are now forced to play this as a duo, too, so they're just going to be waiting things out, maybe waiting out on that redeploy.
That's what I was going to say. Well, Atlanta Premier, while they did leave that third party, and it was pretty well timed, they still lost out on Crook, which is one of the more valuable legends there, needing that Gibby. It's time to dip out, though. You can see Asur is not interested in staying. Instead of going over towards the lift, they're going to continue to foot this one. This is an interesting path decision coming through from the AP squad. Ghost Gaming on the outskirts of the building, too, looking over towards where they are, and also TSM waiting to third party if anything goes sour.
Oh, no. Asur gets taken down. Ghost Gaming, they wanted to fully send it on that team. They knew it was a duo, but they see that there's another squad waiting for them on the other half of that hill. So Ghost Gaming, they're just going to opt to prioritize their positioning instead. The ring is closing in right behind them in less than 30 seconds here, so they got some time to work with. It's just the first ring, too. So it's impressive to see how 2 of our squads have already gotten down here. Scary also on the bridge here. A lot of these teams want to take more of these southern rotations to avoid all the pressure that's going to come from the northern side for a lot of these other teams that are rotating from the northern part of Storm Point.
That's a good point, and there's so many different ways that you could go through that rotation. Find out which way is going to be the best one, but Scary's just putting down a handful of 30-30 shots. Unfortunately, not going to be able to connect with those, but still plenty of ammo to boot. Not going to be that big of a deal as the zone is going to pull away from them and the pings go down on the team on top of the hill. This is the #1 priority right now. They cannot move forward or make any type of decision until this team is gone. Could back off and run away, but that would be a bubble skyward dive type of play. And it looks like they're interested in this kill point.
See, they're just going to be able to play this safely. Nice tether and a nice follow-up with those 30-30 shots. We highlighted it before, but that purple 3-time scope was in the replicator. So, you know, Nizel, he had that sight in mind, literally. They're going to be playing from underneath this bridge here. We see some teams usually try to play a more passive role when they decide to take this rotation, but they're outside of the circle. They got to start inching their way into Ghost Gaming, but Ghost Gaming's got the better position in terms of where they're situated in.
Excited to see what Ghost Gaming is going to do with that positional advantage like you were talking about. Maybe they're going to get crazy with a phase breach if they are able to land down some serious damage. 6 is one of the more aggressive players that we have. Awesome at entry fragging as well. Great IGL with a boxing background. You know that he's going to be able to keep his team cool and collected in these sweaty type of games. But still with only 16 points, Vicky, they need to pop off here. With only a couple games remaining, good shots there onto the blue armor, and that's exactly what 6 does. I mean, his mechanics are amazing, his shots are really on top of it, and the man just lets it rip.
He's still landing those wingman shots too. What I also really like from Ghost Gaming is the adaptation that they've made on Stormpoint. Originally, when we were taking a look at this team earlier on in NA at the start of Split 2, they were trying out Bang on Stormpoint. 6 actually was the one that was on Bang on Stormpoint, and now they've made the adjustment going over to the Ashe. They prefer these high mobile comps instead, so Ghost Gaming now taking a little angle. They want to try to fully send it on this team, but they cannot give up this high ground. Scary. They're crouching. They're inching their way in. Nice 61 shot, though, coming in from Nizo, but they lose so much health. Looking at Ganjaman, he needs to be careful.
They're also losing a lot of real estate by not using the bubble here, so that's kind of a wild bubble that isn't being utilized. Now one player is going to flank over from behind. Big 100 PK shot coming through. Now the Gibby's the last player alive, and that Gibby doesn't look like he's going to last very long. That's going to be Ghost Gaming going out in 17th place.
That was
some
insane.
nasty PK shots.
Absolutely. That 100, though, and managing to actually clutch that out while the other player was busy focusing on NM Ego. I mean, scary right now. They come out on top, and now they're going to be able to take Ghost Gaming's position on this high ground here. Yeah, it's not in the circle, but they still have height over a lot of these teams that are making their low ground rotation through that bridge.
You had a feeling when the Ashe, when 6 came around the corner, looked like they had the positional advantage from the Ghost Gaming side. I mean, the bubble was more well-placed. They had the high ground. Everything was kind of adding up for them to win that fight. They just weren't able to hit the shots, and the PK really turning the tides of that fight. You're right, Vicky. Now we see what Lazarus is doing. They've been able to pick up a couple of scrappy kills here with the charge rifle along the way, and now Dank's looking for some more blood over on top of the hill.
Lazarus has that charge rifle. Dank is going to be able to put down some of that pressure. We highlighted how beautiful this weapon is on Stormpoint. I mean, you have so much space to just ping down so many of these teams to boost up those Evo shields. G2, though, one of our most consistent squads in NA, are coming right behind Exet. Exet is in the middle of their rotation, so they're just going to ignore G2 for right now. They could actually go into circle first and actually try to circle keep G2 here in this position.
I like that idea. This is one of the spots that I struggle to fight at over here. I'm not going to lie. Once you fall down, it's really hard to get back over here. And G2, they're going to be making their way over towards the scan and a potential replicator if they want to continue to do the G2 thing. This is what they do, Vicky. You know, they sit on the edge, they chill, they get the scan for zone number 3, and then they make the big brain rotation. But one of the things you'll never really see from G2 is somebody else coming up from behind them in the zone. They're always the team coming up behind you.
Yeah, that's why it's so risky to play the edge of circle on Stormpoint. It's not as rewarding as you would have on World's Edge. And G2, they recognize that. They're going to take their time. They're going to take a page out of Team Liquid's books, where we usually see them take their time outside of the ring to craft here in these replicators. So they're going to take their time with these meds. They're going to craft some of those shield bats, those med kits that they need to take this slower approach into that next circle.
I like the thought process, and there's a reason why they love sitting on the edge, because they love taking those fights. And if the third party comes, you never know if they have the gold bag with that Gibraltar and Resulta. He's always putting in some serious work. Exet, though, big chillin' with the flatline, and that flatline is strong. That thing is decked out with a ton of ammo. Should be feeling good. If you're Vayne, you can see the former 100 Thieves member fitting in well on Exet.
Yeah, Exet, another team that has been putting in some work here today, and they need it. They need those points, just like CLG coming out on top of that last game, getting second place with those 11 kills. Love to see a nice underdog story here for teams that haven't been doing their best at the start of Split 2. Energy now making their next plan for where they want to rotate. They see the bombardment happening right in front of them, maybe trying to have an opportunity to see if they want to continue playing by the edge. But the reason why they're situated inside these buildings is because they know that a team could easily start rotating through the back with less than a minute left on the clock before the ring starts closing in.
It's been really refreshing when the teams that need to perform have their back against the walls. They are doing so, right? You were saying, where's Renegades going to be today? They've really popped off. They went from a relegation team potentially to a top 20 team. If they could get crazy, maybe they can make it into the playoffs. We'll find out. But RCO was a squad that needed to pop off. They are doing so. CLG needed to hold the line. They're continuing to do so. Charlotte Phoenix, however, they're coexisting on the edge of the circle with a team above them, and that's not going to be a good situation. It looks like a full team of 3 over there. Maybe baiting, maybe not. I'm not quite sure if Charlotte Phoenix has the intel on this.
Yeah, I mean, Charlotte Phoenix have the horizon. They can quickly lift themselves up if they want to poke real quick, but they rather not. They don't want to take those chances, it looks like. They want to play this much more passively. Exet now taking the high ground here. Going to be on top of these rocks. talked about Exit a little bit before, but that's Energy waiting for them inside of that bridge. But Exit, they're not really being blocked out from inching their way into that next circle, but they will be out in the open if they don't have the ability to get inside that building that's right in front of them.
The shots with the 2-4. One of your favorite scopes there, Vicky. Now it's on the R301 for Sweet, and he's going to just continue to pepper the players and be a nuisance on that side of the map. You can see Vane's like, all right, you know what? I got something for you. I'm going to toss a defensive bombardment over here as we have to rotate a little bit forward. Could be I was going to say phase breach underneath the bridge, but they realize there is going to be a player over towards the side. Multiple teams in on this one. I don't think that they were expecting 3 teams over here, but that's a really great rotation from Xset.
Energy being able to funnel into that building. Yeah, Xset is getting pinged by that team that's on the high ground of Barometer, but that was a really good move to actually reposition immediately after hearing that phase breach. Xset recognized that that was one straggler that was off to the side of Energy to try to take a nice flanking angle, but Xset was not having it. They wanted to dive on that player, but the phase breach being on that Ash that Energy is running, that composition is going to allow them to get away from that troublesome situation. Now G2 though, in a fight, they're going to be able to drop down. They don't want to get third party themselves. We know how many players are inside of these buildings. G2 now going to be able to dive down. They get 2 knocked. G2 now going to be able to move all the way up. That's RCO. They're getting their revenge here. RCO now forced to run away. RCO was inside of this building for so long too, but with this Loba, she is out of there. There is no Loba now that's going to be taking over that building, but instead G2 are going to be moving in.
You also saw Renegades get eliminated in 15th place, so they're only going to pick up 1 placement point for this match. What an entry frag coming through, though. There was absolutely no fear in that dojo as RCO is on the run over here. Vatra is going to be taken down from TSM. I believe that was Hal with the flatline. You can see exactly where TSM is located. CLG coexisting with Lazarus. You have Charlotte Phoenix over there. You have Serial in their squad with Kimchi Lee over there, possibly ratting, possibly with the squad. Not quite sure what that is. And LMK, one of our winners from our previous matches on World's Edge. Big chillin' as well. Can't wait to see how this one is going to pan out. A lot of teams still alive over here. So once this zone closes, you can expect probably to go from 14, maybe around like 10 or 7.
And now you have Sleepy Panda forced to play this out as a solo. Yeah, now he has no other choice, though. Now he's forced to take a nap a little bit. He's got the black market, but he can't put it down without revealing his location, where these other squads may try to focus down on which of these other teams may be rotating in their direction. They don't know that it's just a solo right now, as Xset now also are going to make their rotation. They got the natural cover of the rocks, but with so many of these teams already just filtered inside of these buildings, it's going to be difficult to figure out where you want to place yourself. You have to fully send it on one of these teams that are already situated inside the circle to take their spot.
That's a great point, and they could be considering a 3-2-1. They're scouting out the player that was on the opposite side of them over towards the west side, but that's a decent amount of damage coming through as Nathan needs his banner recovered. Not quite sure how he went down, but that's not looking good for NRG. They have to rotate here fairly shortly, and without their Valkyrie Skyward Dive, this is going to be fairly difficult. Speaking of Skyward Dive, Xset going to take to the skies over here. Look at how many teams are thinking the same thing, Vicky.
That's like 3 redeploys out in our eyes. The skies are congested. They're full. Exit are going to send it on top of another team. What a way to third party. I mean, yeah, you just redeployed right here, but now you have the opportunity to clean up some KP potentially. Looking for the opportunity. There's been a dome. Now they send out their own dome. That's the space that they need as they fully send it in. CTSM in the feed popping off on their own too, taking a bite out of turns, and Exit now dancing around the side of the building. They're out in the line of sight of so many of these other teams. The phase breach has been unleashed though. One of the teammates have gotten away potentially as Exit are all down Vane. They don't have a dome here.
In hindsight, that dome needed to be a little bit further in and not towards the zone. Unfortunate timing there for Vane and the Xset squad. Now other teams trying to capitalize on that. You can see TSM and Verholz picking up some kills. Resulta is going to knock Rocker and get NRG out of here in 7th place. And just as anticipated, a majority of this lobby, half of the teams right there get eliminated.
Yeah, that's TSM fully sending it on LMK. Nightmare still playing on the lower end of that bridge. G2 have some of these teams on the bridge in their sight with Designful having the Volt in his mind. He's cleaning things up with the Wingman after getting the crack with the Volt.
The wing dude right there, Designful, is not letting up, and he's going to switch on over to the Volt. He doesn't need no scope, Vicky. He's going in without it. They're taking on over towards the high ground. When you see G2 moving like this, you just have a feeling that they are poised to win this game. But look who's on the bottom. It's going to be TSM. Do they have the bubble in Reps' hand? Hal's going to take out Aim God. Ganjaman gets the knock, and the finish is onto CLG, and that is TSM going down and eliminated by G2. Now we have them taking down low and the armor swaps as well. What a performance so far from G2, just cleaning out the entire bridge area.
Wow, and they need that spot too. I'm surprised Nightmare even was able to, rather Scary was even able to survive out of all of that. That was insane. They got away from underneath the bridge where TSM wanted to control the bottom part. There was 2 fights happening there, and G2 had cleaned up TSM. So Scary with that quick reposition. I'm wondering if that was a phase breach. Exet, I think, playing this as a solo, running across the water. I mean, help him. He's just a boy. He can't go anywhere. He's in the line of sight of G2. Exet, it's just Kenny. He's flying around. Can he get to the safety of the crate? No, he cannot. Scary now gets to pick up that KP.
Nice job by Ganja picking that one up with the 2-4. There's an immediate phase breach forward into a bubble play. Defensive bombardment possibly going to be used. Looks like they're trying to get the enemy bubble down as well. Like the plays coming in from G2, extremely aggressive. Now a potential head glitch if they can continue to push forward. Now they spot one player out, trying to get the focus fire on over there. Majority of them are fairly healthy. The enemy bubble does come down. Nades on the opposite side of the bubble as well. The tracking looking so good from Gentrifying. They're running out of ammo on the other side. Do they have armor swaps here for Scary? They don't, so they're going to have to be going for the batteries while that's happening. Gentrifying's going to push it on over towards this side. A majority of the players from Scary are going to be down. This is going to be a 2-on-1 situation. Now a 1-on-1 straight up, and Designful doesn't lose those.
Oh, are you kidding me? Scary just played this entire game out of their minds. Before taking out G2, they had 15 kills, Tom, and now a dub on top of it all.
They could have had a 30 bomb right there too. That would have been huge, but G2 is coming through in style. 2 wins throughout the 5 games. That is the G2 style. I mean, you gotta love the aggressive phase breach forward into the bubble, defensive bombardment, charging in there. Everything was so well executed, and you leave it in the hands of Designful for that 1v1 at the end.
That was just insane also just to see that Scary was able to phase breach out of that situation. I mean, overall, looking at the way that Scary was able to frag out in that game, that was crazy. 15 kills. Yeah, they didn't win, but 15 kills for this team? Are you kidding me? G2, they come up on top, 12 kills. G2 staying as consistent as ever. This is the only team in our NA region who has managed to take more than 1 win today.
We know sharing is caring, but I don't think these teams care to share their kill points right there, or the placement points. A lot of that just gobbled up. 27 kills right there from your top 2 teams, not leaving much points for the rest of the leaderboard. I mean, that's a great job from TSM, even picking up 10. You can see Xset with the 9 bomb overall, but it gets tough after that. You have only 4 with 0 kills coming in for CLG, and the list goes on.
I mean, not only did Scary have 15 kills and G2 cleaned up 12, but leave some for the rest of the lobby out here. TSM, yeah, you see them down there, 4th place, doing a lot better here on Storm Point, securing that 5 KP after they were able to win game number 4, making that progress that they definitely need. But looking at this other half of the overall leaderboards for game number 5, surprised to see RCO down there.
No doubt about it. It was a tough game for RCO, tough game for Renegades, W, teams that we were highlighting prior to this, OXG, Ghost Gaming, Atlanta Premier. We've talked about all of these squads kind of being the middle of the pack squads. Who's going to rise to the top? Who's going to get ready and try to prove themselves that they're a team that could be a contender going into the playoffs, not only at the playoffs, but when they're there as well. Unfortunately for Wash, they had their best day today, but they couldn't close it out in that final game with some points.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, but still fortunate here to see our team still perform very consistently. G2 out here with the moves, so much damage coming in from Designful. You have to highlight the phase breach to close in the gap between themselves from the bridge, traversing through that open waters that would have led them in the direction of Scary.
I love the way that G2, again, played that final 3v3. Designful, just aggressive with the wingman. That's how you go and do it. G2 is so strong at the bubble fights, Vicky. And what I love about the players in the pro teams right now, they go and they scrim bubble fights only. They'll literally just get into a lobby, throw the bubbles down, and you're going to see so much more talented fights going forward. That's why G2 is just so darn good. Those controller boys, you get them up close, and it's tough to beat.
That's right, the Roller Squad. I love that. I love that good story there, too. I know Designful, too, you would think that they've been really, like, practicing off to the side here, but they've been popping off and maintaining this consistency for so long. The Designful, he took a little bit of the break. He's been watching Naruto. He's watching the tune-in exams, and he was bringing some of that energy into these games, just really popping off here. I really like to see a good story here from G2, but they've been on top for these last few rounds.
We're gonna have to use the summoning jutsu then on Kate. Let's bring her in here. Get in here, Kate.
I'm here. Oh, thank you so much. I'll tell you what, we've been talking about sort of frying our brains on all of this action, and certainly Match 5 did not disappoint. But let's talk about Match 4, because it's one of the things I love to do when I come in and join this little breakdown here. Okay, so let's talk TSM. Definitely a headliner, certainly a top-tier team. Well, they show that they can't be forced into a wall. This is one of my favorite highlights coming up here in just a moment. They're surrounded. It's like the Alamo, but with a very, very different outcome here, Tom, including one that includes our current Match 5 winner, G2.
Yeah, G2 was doing pretty solid this game, but it was TSM, it was CLG picking up a majority of these kill points along the way, and I loved the excitement from TSM and the listen-in when it was all said and done. It was the rock with the thermites, all of the aggression coming out from Hal. He was putting in some serious damage, and you know that he loves that flat line with the 2x Vicky. This is when TSM started to gain momentum.
Yeah, what really set me over the edge was when they had redeployed in that position, I was really scared. They were in the line of sight of like 3 different squads. They were fighting 3 different spots, but they still were able to come out on top. Now, looking at this next game, though, Scary, the team that we just witnessed, boot Ghost Gaming off of the high ground, Nizul popping off with the PK, and still continuing on their domination to getting second place versus G2.
Yeah, no kidding. And I will tell you that match number 5 starting off with, you know, RCO, TSM, NRG all within the zone, basically from the rip, was out of control, and the ability to control that area was certainly a pro move for sure. We also saw Scary using the PK, turn the tides in that fight against Ghost Gaming. Tom, let's go back to you for a second. Let's talk artillery. And Vicky, I want your opinion here too. That if you can answer this question as we take a look at this final circle and what G2 just manhandled, just absolutely did right here. Oh, it's just fun to watch. Anyway, let's ask this big overarching question. Let's talk artillery for a second. Is there a thing, is there a gun, is there a weapon that was most effective in today's matches across both maps? I know it's a hard question to answer. Tom, I'm going to start with you. Feel free to say whatever you want.
I think you just saw it right there for G2 specifically. It's going to be the wingman, the wing dude. Yeah. And it's because you heard TSM and they're listening and say, okay, these guys have 2 wingmans on their team. We feel like it's G2. G2 swooped around over towards the epicenter side and took him down because of that. But you can see how strong it is. The TTK is awesome. The burst damage is a lot. And a lot of times you're running around and you don't realize how fast you can actually die from that weapon. And when you're hitting headshots and not missing like they're missing right there, that's a deadly combination, especially when you tie it in with a crate gun like the Volt.
Vicky, what are your thoughts?
Honestly, yeah, that's why I really love those listen-ins, because you could tell they had double wingman on that team too, and you could hear Hal making the comms saying, hey, they have double wingman. This is probably G2 there. So aside from the wingman, just to go for a different option, we were highlighting the charge rifle a lot today, and I like to highlight the charge rifle specifically on Stormpoint because we've seen it in the hands of a player like Reps just put in so much damage with that gun alone. Not only does it help boost that Evo shield, but it allows you to be safe inside of these buildings where you predict that final circle is going to pull without having to overextend to obtain that damage.
I love it. And I also love a wing dude there, Tom. Thank you for that. Let's go to something else I love, which is leaderboards. Not math, because I'm terrible at it, but my gosh. Okay, G2 effectively bringing themselves up by the bootstraps here at number 1, coming up 2 places here, Tom. But you know what? RCO still within spitting distance. I would say Scary as well.
We have to talk about Scary, we have to talk about RCO, but I kind of want to highlight Ganjamin because this is a guy that we're kind of making fun of his name before this split started, and now he's being taken extremely seriously. The dude is popping off. He's literally smoking the competition, which you love to see from Ganjamin.
No, how long have you been waiting to use literally smoking the competition, Tom?
I just made it up. You know, actually, I was looking in the mirror earlier practicing that one.
Well, it shows, and it was well executed, to be sure. Vicky, yeah, as we take a look here, we see XSET as well, Buff Pathfinder. You know, we see a lot more teams here, LMK, that are in that first, this first page that, you know, perhaps we wouldn't have expected if you talked to me first before match 1. But here we are, and NRG, number 9, gang, number 9.
Yeah, what I really like to see, though, Kate, is that G2, very similar to the last time these teams have faced off against each other, sitting on the top there. They're sitting all the way in first place, so they continue on with that consistency.
They do indeed, and of course, I'm gonna pick W. Boys are sure they're gonna have a better day, but this may not be that day, and it seems like not, unfortunately. But you know, Tom, we also keep talking about the likes of Renegades and Ghost Gaming. You know, Ghost was a major impact back in at this match number 5 here, and it's certainly something that cannot be taken for granted. I'm not sure if you can hear my dogs; they are also agreeing with me.
I love that. They're definitely agreeing with you. But Ghost Gaming is a team that has, again, a really high ceiling. They haven't been able to capitalize on their talent quite yet because they are a fairly new team. So I would love to see them just continuing to put their noses to the grindstone, keep working on their adjustments. Six, again, is a great in-game leader. So I think that we're still going to see a lot more from Ghost Gaming as we have a couple more matches. We have one more match, but also a couple more days left.
You are absolutely right. Well, what will happen in match number 6? Who's popping off? Who's potentially playing spoiler? Well, only time will tell, but not much time. Stick around. Match 6 is coming up right after this.
That's right, I told you, Andrew. I'm gonna swing left.
Swing left, swing left, swing left.
Walk crack, walk 100, walk 100, walk 100.
Give me that.
Nice, last one. He's playing knock.
No, I'm dead.
Nice, let's go, baby! Come on now! Easy claps, boys!
Welcome back to the game that decides it all. Of course, I'm talking about Game 6 here in the ALGS. We're in North America on Storm Point, And it is rain day, and James back at it again. I'm stoked to see this. I think G2 personally have continued to elevate their game. There's been back and forths between some of these juggernauts throughout the scene, but pretty much most of the leaderboard is exactly as it was, except for 2 big movers. G2 from 3rd to 1st, and scary. I mean, Ganja Man, again, in the conversation for most kills on the day, just 1 behind RCO's Sleepy Panda. This guy's been killing it.
Yeah, we've mentioned his name quite a few times from a different broadcast from day to day. They are putting in work consistently scary, and you have to wonder what their ceiling is, because they're forcing us to ask questions about that. But we also have to look at RCO Esports, because they are another team who have potential to qualify for LAN, and I think you can see that they understand that based on the output that we have seen from them. Again, Sleepy Panda, I believe, is still the top fragger on the server at the moment, and he has maybe 4 times as many kills as anybody else on his team, maybe 5 or 6. He is really forcing their way towards, well, they've been at the top of the table, but now G2, they're in rare form. G2, the way they've just been going after teams has been fantastic to watch. And again, heading towards LAN, if they can do that in Sweden, then I feel for anybody else who's going to be on that server.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to beat them, especially when they're kind of pressing the initiative. When they took out TSM last round, it was almost an ambush that they felt, because there was a lack of loot on the TSM side of things, and off-screen we were able to watch all these different perspectives, but it was G2 who just kind of had the cohesion and put their foot on the gas pedal when there was maybe more of a neutral pace happening, just sitting on the bridge for a squad that had won the game before. It's a second page, though, of results now, and Lazarus, W, Charlotte Phoenix, Nightmare, and Atlanta Premier round out the top 11 to 15. We've got Ghost Gaming, OXG, Renegade, CLX, and then Bad Boys coming in 20th. Excuse me, out of 0 to 2nd, and that's where they are. Yeah, but I love what we're really seeing at the top. These are the TSMs. It is in these teams that need to get into playoffs. It is in some of the CLX performances, the XSET performances, the scary performances, the RCO performances, right outside of the top 10. And those are the teams that, for me, are the most desperate for playing well, and also the ones who are showing up. I would love to see how Game 6 changes this leaderboard. I hope it doesn't shift too much, though, because it would be great to see all this effort get paid forward for these teams who definitely need the points.
Yeah, we can see Lazarus in 11th place as well. Worth mentioning, after the first game they had where they got absolutely ejected from the lobby in a very awkward position, susceptible to all kinds of grenades, they've managed to turn things around somewhat, and if they can have a good Game 6, then they could get some nice points on the board as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Charlotte Phoenix, another one not too far behind them at the moment. So there's a lot of teams who are fighting for very important points in this 6th and final game. So I expect that this one will be very interesting to see where it goes as well, because again, there are so many stories in different parts of the overall leaderboard, trying to stay in the top 10, trying to move away from the danger zone, and the other danger zones towards the bottom of the table as well. There's a lot going on, and we're going to see some of that play out in this 6th and final game once we're into the lobby, but we're going to see some highlights from match 5 here. Very fun fight towards the end, but again, G2, you can see the confidence in the way they're playing, with or without their comms. You can just see it as they move across the server and execute team after team.
Just so clutch, and even having the confidence with the grenade to go in after that and to hit the headshots, to take the 1v1 and come out swinging. This is the G2 that I think people would bet money on at this point. You know, they'd say this is the team that I agree is going to get the job done in a 1v1, and that's how you start to build momentum in the right way. It's one more game, though, to decide it all, and we're coming up very soon into that Game 6. We've had to restart the lobby, which is why we're showing you some highlights, talking a little bit about who stands out and why. But Game 6, always a beautiful game. I like to say it again. It shows you who is showing up. And this is the type of game that, you know, there's only so many moments to practice. But it's kind of like if you went back to back to back to back on a tournament run, and every game in the quarterfinals, the 16s, the semifinals, and the finals went to penalty kicks. You have an opportunity to try something that's a little bit more difficult, takes a little bit more focus, and to still execute. Game 6s are kind of like that. These tournaments being more spread out, though, James, now all within a week, back to back to back, it's kind of a really nice exercise for these players to get used to the pressure that's going to be showing up for them in a month, where it is back to back to back and having to perform at your highest level over the course of 4 days in a row.
Even if you have been to an Apex LAN before, it was so long ago. So long ago. So it's going to be fascinating, I think, for the players who have never played on a stage before. For some, it doesn't matter and they'll just be completely focused. For others, all those bright lights of a studio, having commentators live there, all the teams that they can see around them as well. It's going to be a very strange, very surreal experience. That can certainly affect your performance, especially in the early games where some teams may pull away. But I think one person who's benefiting from these games day after day is certainly Designful. What he's been doing, the follow-ups, he's cracking plays, he's downing players, he's causing so many frags for his team to happen. Across these maps, especially with the open space of Stormpoint. He's been exploiting that as we saw them dominate in that late bridge area. He has really been benefiting from the run here, and he seems to just heat up and get even more dangerous game after game.
That's kind of what happens. The boil is on for G2. TSM, NRG, really, yes, in the top 10 right now, but slow game. They had come in winning 4 in a row, and the fact that they are, now kind of in a slump, it seems like in this game, what's gone wrong? I mean, there is a lot of different elements to this lobby. Obviously, you've got some top teams in here, which is almost going to be every lobby from now on until we finish qualification. But, if you're at the top of the leaderboards, if you're 87, 90 points, I mean, is it okay to have an off day, James, or is this still something they're going to go back to the drawing board on?
I think the higher you place, the better, for sure. And it's all practice, bearing in mind you've got different teams and so on. However, if they feel like their position is secure, they might be holding certain things back. But there's so many play days and so many important things to happen that might not necessarily be the case. But I will say that we saw them around the Prowler enclosure, getting their Valk to go and see, can he go up there? What's it like? Let's have a look and see if he can hide behind the bushes and so on. So they've been doing some research around the map. They are preparing for the long game. So we might not see absolute peak NRG right now, but you can see that they are preparing to peak in Sweden at the very least.
Hey, it's all about when you hit your crescendo, when you find your final pace, and that's definitely still left to be desired for these teams in timing and in location. Where they are all virtual, all online right now. That won't be the case on April, the end of April and the beginning of May in Sweden. We are dropping into our final game on Storm Point. It is Game 6 of your North American ALGS. And after just a dominant performance from G2 with 59 points, they look to extend this lead and push into even higher numbers. Designful on the Ash, been a spectacular performer on the day, as well as Resulta and Gentrifying, each playing their role to perfection.
Landed on a flyer. Took that by surprise. We'll see what they get from it, if they get anything nice. Some blue looks like maybe the armor. Well, it is the final game of the day, the first of 2 weekend days. Again, we saw APAC North playing earlier, APAC South play tomorrow. So if you're up super early, then look out for those streams on different channels as well. But again, the contests continue, and we are surely going to lose a team early here. Wash have 2 of their players up. Stink is down, which means no dome. But can they dome their opponents? That is the question. Both teams refusing to give this position up game after game. They'll go again just one more time.
Yeah, he hears that it's a bit of a run. This is the same situation we saw a game prior, and it's just going to be who hits their shots, and it's Charlotte Phoenix, Greek. They had Bowser up too, so a little bit of an advantage in that regard, the 2-1. But Charlotte Phoenix will win this. Already one squad out of the lobby. As we take a look at the map of where it'll end, a northern zone yet again. I think we had this in Game 4 near Thunder Watch. Command Center is where you saw Charlotte Phoenix dropping down that zip line, which felt like it took half a year to get down. Such a massive building and also just such a massive map. Really, really great introduction to the Apex Legends community. Stormpoint just spreading things out to the nth degree. And XSET already finding their little plot of land there. As G2, the team we had been talking about on Lightning Rod, James, they don't have to go too far, do they?
They are absolutely laughing at the current situation. And I do wonder, considering the vertical challenge of this area for the teams further away, if we're going to see those late rotations with the replicators and so on at Fish Farms, Barometer and elsewhere, Cenote Cave, because surely it has to be an urgent situation to find a better position up top than to come in late and be forced to kind of drag yourself up or go for a hot drop and a gamble and maybe some high variance. So we shouldn't have to wait too long to find out what these teams will do in terms of their approach. But G2 have a lot of looting area because G2 to start off with, and they are at maybe the highest point of the map looking down at all the plebs that they'll be eliminating later on as far as they're concerned.
There's a reason they call it Lightning Rod, right? Goes way up into the sky. It's got to be the first contact for the Lightning, and I'm sure if you are around, you will be hearing the sounds of the impact G2 has made in this lobby. RCO Esports trying to get up and around, and if you want to follow G2, if you want to see RCO, if you want to see anybody really in this lobby, we've got something new, this split of the ALGS. It's called Multiview. Go down near our follow button and hit Command Center, and it'll allow you to seamlessly transition between viewpoints and viewpoint of your favorite pro teams, players to catch every shot and every final circle. You have the ALGS your way with Multiview, and it's also great if you want to learn about how to make rotations, the little things, the stuff that gets unnoticed, James, unless we have to point it out, which we love to do, but you can't point everything out because there's just too many things happening at once in such a rich esport like Apex.
Following CLG at this point is actually quite interesting because they're essentially at the opposite end of the map than they need to be. But again, they have great potential to further secure a position for the finals with where they are in the table at the moment and what they've been doing in this lobby so far. So they are going to be in quite a predicament in terms of finding a position later on, but they may be forced to, they may feel compelled, let's say, to play some kind of edge strat just based on how far away that rotation is. So I am interested to see how this will progress as things continue, and this is not the most ideal building for Renegades, as we can see. They are doorless on one end. The can has been opened, and as we can see, the cover is very limited on the inside, so they'll have to secure the outside at the back just to give them some additional options while they bide their time for the time being. One squad lost thus far, 57 players up on the server. And again, this is not a comfortable situation for Renegades, and they may find themselves here for a while. They do have a Valkyrie, so they do have options, but they may want to, if they want to rotate elsewhere, they may want to do that sooner rather than later. However, they're currently in the green zone, so if they have that information, maybe a gamble to head elsewhere.
Certainly no need to press their luck. Renegades not having much of it today, so maybe pressing it is exactly what they need. 10 points. Team that could use some overall leaderboard points, but they're not going to get much. Still time for heroics. CLG on your screen. Nano Fries, Mamba, Vatro. They need anything but. They've been playing very, very well, putting together a great tournament today, and going to find themselves in the top 10, barring any wild and obscure results happening in the next 20 minutes on your screen. But they certainly deserve it, and they have not always played Edge like this, but they are doing it this game, and to a lot of value. I mean, just a purple magazine, especially when you're running something like a Wingman, all the difference with 2 extra shots coming in involved. I mean, if you can get a Deadeye's tempo as well, such a valuable hop up this season, and it's really outshone, you know, the kinetic feeder and even the hammer points, which for an RE45 fan, as someone who wanted to see the hammer points really mesh with that, I think might have leaned a little bit lighter on the introduction of those to that weapon again than they could have. Not the must-have choice, and definitely not competing with even the alternator or the R99, and especially the car and flatline, where the meta tends to shift itself, or the R301.
Can't be comfortable for OXG as they try to call this area home with two squishy players. Really trying to spread the wealth of those barrels, but how do they better their position in terms of what they have and literally their position? We'll find out later on. But for now, we're going to listen into CLG as they rotate through the map. As you can see, there was lots for them to discuss, but as I say that, we came out just when they got the beacon information, so they're probably talking now, but sometimes it'd be like that. I'm sure they'll be using the replicator to find his resources, and you could see at least with the way they were moving around, they're being very careful to make sure that no one is around them. And LMK were close to them, but I believe that they Valcolted out.
Well, it is sometimes like that, and when you set the stage, not every plot seems important when it gets introduced to the story, but very often it comes back to play a role. Whether that's a minor or a major one remains to be seen. NRG, in the terms of what's in a name, well, a lot of history and a lot of expectation, and yet the performance maybe not aligned with what their expectations are today. Lazarus as well, just hiding out, holding on. Second ring, closing in about 1:20. However, Bird goes down. It's not looking good for Dank. Luckily, he has the gold shield. He's going to risk not hitting that syringe and just go Bird right back up. Rather have this third member of the team alive and well. And it seems like they'll be able to hide and heal up right here.
They've really got to think about moving somewhere soon, because while they have one angle away from one team, they've got to be concerned about someone else posting up on them. But where do they go? The place seems very, very busy already, and Lazarus have a smidgen of cover. I don't know where they can go without getting shot.
Either.
They've got more harassment coming their way from the opposite direction. So what do you do here, Lazarus? This is a very, very awkward spot indeed. Kind of reminiscent of their first game where they got essentially blown to pieces with nowhere to go. They may be having some nightmares of that first game now in the last one of the day, but we'll keep an eye on them and see what they get up to. In the meantime, Scary have got a big rock to hide behind, and they'll be in a more comfortable position than Lazarus were just there.
They're really, really comfortable and doing so well in this lobby. They've been putting together performance after performance. Ganjamin has been expecting us, not expecting us, but just giving us so many things to talk about with his individual performance, and has resulted in a team that is now 47 points. A team like W, we thought could be at the top of this leaderboard by the end of 6. They have not even half the points as Scary does, with Ganjamin leading the charge. So that just gives you some perspective on where they're at. 19 squads still here in our final game of the day. CLG 6 points behind. Scary putting on a nice show. We were watching them a little earlier, and we'll continue to follow along as they make their way with the zone closing in. Round 3, 50 seconds before it begins.
Yeah, and this is a really big zone close as well. And we could already see from Lazarus that there isn't a place for everybody. So CLG are probably going to have to wipe a team if they are to survive in the next zone. CLX have TSM against them, rather you than me, buddies. And they're being shot by somebody else, which is not going to help. And how can you deal with all that? How can you combo that at the same time? They're going to be taken advantage of by Verhulst and co. But TSM have to be careful as well. They're using the cover wisely. And the wingman from Reps will come through. Some shield stops available for Verhulst. He'll do okay for the time being. and that will be the end of CLX. But that ring is still continuing, and TSM will have to press forward somewhat, but then so will CLG, and they're going to have to find a home. TSM probably going to have more space in the short term than CLG will, but we'll have to wait and see.
Not going to be able to make it right behind that rock, but at least they'll buy some time and get 3 KP. That's the way you start a game. Only the second squad to have died. You take them down. That is a really, really strong start for TSM. What can they do here? Maybe a little magic in front of us. We told you those plot lines show up. You may not know what they mean in the ending, but at least consider them a part of the story structure. Speaking of structure, there's a nice tunnel in front of Malice Mamba. Deciding to just get on a rock. Change his vantage point. He's got 2 to 4 times on the rampage.
Size of that scope.
I know, that thing is... I'm not sure if I could carry that if that showed up in front of me in real life. Good thing it's not. It's in the hand of Mamba. Also, good thing for RCO Esports, the grenades are in the hand of Sleepy Panda. He's got multiples of them, but oh, he gets taken down just like that. Are you kidding me? Nano, no, and it won't be. He will not finish it off. Nano will go down. That will be the end of RCO, and although they've placed really well so far, that's going to be no more points for them this time around. It's Bad Boys doing the job, and now maybe running into G2, who want to get a little piece of the action.
Into the well, one too many times with those grenades for RCO, and they ended up at the bottom of the well, one by one. Loba trying to do it all alone. I think his teammates are trying to heal up in the meantime, but that is the end of them. And again, just look at the amount of space G2 are controlling.
Yeah.
That was a very scary situation with the melee attempt, but you know, G2 will have one team messing them around, and they could potentially drop on that team later, but I don't think they want to take that risk just yet. Maybe they'll coexist in the short term. Exit, though, won't be doing the same. We spoke about Renegades having a bad position, and we've got an instant third party. I don't know if Exit survived this. LMK coming in to Thirst, and their thirst will be quenched very quickly indeed.
What a game from them. 41 points puts them on par with CLG. That is a really nice showing. And they've still got more to play, and they're in a good position. They're a little outside of the zone, but that's okay. If they were any closer, they might have to start getting into a fight with G2, and nobody wants that. 36 on 2 members from across the way. Force what? Applying the pressure and just showing presence. LMK, nice sweep up of the mess. And they're going to have their opportunity to hang out with the spoils of war. Get themselves purples and all healed up. 4 batteries, 5 batteries now to the name of Force what? So he's going to be able to take some damage, dish it back, and get right back up to healthy. Oh my. You see that, James? TSM out.
I do indeed. Well, it is a difficult day at the office for TSM. We'll see what the overall impact is with their placement, but part of it's no longer in their hands because 13 squads remain. That is quite a few, one of which is Nightmare, who see opportunity behind this tiny box, but there is an ult to get the Ash out, but there are some angles for Luxford, who's got to fall back as he almost gets his shields cracked. Don't want to go too far. Don't want to overextend. Again, it is a busy area. They have themselves some space. Got there in the end. I don't know how much will be found by that Loba ult unless some players die, but we'll soon find out. Maybe there is a lot of space being lost by a lot of teams. CLG now starting to get involved, looking to find something. They've got to find some space with which to survive at the very least. Got to make their way forward and get their batteries up if they can. But there's an arc star which is going to cause some problems. Gets around the corner just in time. Dodges that one, but can they dodge this team? There's nowhere to hide, and they really need that bubble.
They have to just fight for this, or they got to run. They lost Vatro. They've got no bubble. I don't know what was happening there. They were in a building that entire time. I'm not sure if they can look back at it and say, did we need it? But that's almost a mistake, it feels like. Ghost Gaming, the Atlanta-based squad, coming in and taking CLG down, so they will end with about 43. Remember, we were watching a couple of teams on the rotation tying up with CLG. They'll have a chance to go through. Nightmare still holding on to the dream of first place. It's still possible. 11 squads left, and Lazarus have them in their sights. The R301, great weapon overall, James, but in these bursty situations, it's tough.
Ooh! Oh, yes, that is beautiful. We spoke about this the other day. What if somebody gets bone checked? What is going on with this replay turned into a box? I have never seen a box that high in the air. What is happening? Levitation? Where's David Copperfield?
I think he's where the magicians are, not here. Oh, boy. What a play. What a moment. Bow check. Getting the type of bows it deserves. Call Legolas. He needs to review that. Put some commentary on top. Seal of approval. Certainly going the way of Sweet and NRG on that one. Lazarus, 28 points. and a heck of a lot of fighting. They've lost one, but they've got Dank on gold. They've got Bird on purple sitting back behind on the Loba as well. And they've got the Black Market Boutique, one of the most important things. Great spot here to hold. This zone can actually last quite a while for them. They'll have 14 seconds before it starts to move, but at least they've got cover. The Gibraltar, he's 15% less damage when it's done to him, so that's why he stayed alive, just with that inch of health. The PK on 63. It hits 90 on one, 9 on the other, another 9, but the Valkyrie's the one alive, and that's the one who's doing the damage. Nightmare trying to get involved as well from the outskirts of it, but they don't have a full squad. It's just Luxford. And can a burglar's best friend get Loba out of dodge? Seems like just for now. But could this spell the end? It will be of Nightmare.
Adios, amigo. No pit for Lazarus either. They were eliminated. And by the way, that was Hal getting bow checked by NRG. Those are bragging rights if ever I've seen them. I need to see that replay again later. That was spectacular.
Nasty.
ALGS Gaming going to land on G2, or will they head elsewhere? It is a brave team that lands on G2, but they may feel like they have no choice. They are spinning to win at present, but the winning part might be a little difficult. Getting shot out of the sky. They've lost their Gibraltar now. We'll see where he lands. He might be that dead to the zone. Well, I don't know. He is dead one way or another, though. Scary just being voyeurs at the moment, living vicariously, watching this action from a reasonable distance. They've got some good cover for the time being, but they're not in the next zone, and there are 8 squads alive, so they're going to have to force their way into safety.
But Scary playing really well on edge. 50 points. They might be past TSM. They might have a chance to get into second place here in this entire lobby. What a day that would be for a team outside of playoffs. These points might just put them in. At least for now. Still a couple of days to go in North America, but every single moment matters when it comes to making that $1 million tournament in just a few days, maybe a month at most. Charlotte Phoenix, they realize the pressure, but they are under just as much. Who finds a kill on a Greek? It's Bowser and Stink, and they're going to stink that one up. It's unfortunate. Bowser hitting a shield battery, but you would have to say the odds are against them here.
Where does he look? High, low, ceiling with the Horizon Q. He's going to start to fall back now. He does have some light ammo as well, so his ammo isn't as low as it looks. Oh boy, that was a gamble. About 1 HP running into the zone, but he's gone the wrong way. He can't, he had to stop. He knew he couldn't go back into the zone. That talk about having nowhere to go, that was absolutely brutal. And sometimes Apex can be like that. 7 squads left as Ghost tried to find some space. They've got their Jibby into the game. I don't know how much he's got on him, though, as I think he may have been respawned. Scary now have got the spoils. They are the victor in the short term with all these boxes around them, but they've got 6 more squads to eliminate.
NRG, Ghost Gaming, Bad Boys, Buff Pathfinder, LMK, Scary, and G2. Those are your squads still alive in this final circle. And there is soon going to be no room to breathe. A Skyward Dive, redeploy for one team. Seinfeld's on it, but because they're holding this high ground, they don't have access to really pushing teams without giving up their biggest advantage, which is up here. And so Seinfeld just holding down. He's put on a masterclass with the Wingman, doesn't have the Volt in the secondary slot this time. He's got the car, but that should be enough to get the job done. NRG Sweet faced on the west side as well. They'll have to go through Farmer Lucas, Euban, and the likes. It's really scary on the southern side, and your map is going to have the chance to really not be pressured out here. Maybe pulling off some heroics, James.
Where has the box gone? Design is asking, looking for a quick shield spot perhaps. G2 basically playing tower defense, but they finally started moving, and it's time to get their KP up, and you can see that NRG are looking for that first place. Not 5th, not 4th, not 3rd, not 2nd. Both these teams want number 1 in this lobby. The last game of the day, and Scary still have some room at the end. I think the invitation, though, may be a little false for any team who heads in there. We'll have to see how it plays out. G2 still have height, which is so important in Apex Legends because they can disengage whenever they want. They've got multiple levels, figuratively and literally, with which to play on as well.
That's a good tether from Designful. It's going to hit. So many interactions with that ability from Ash. 8 seconds now. It is the calm before the storm, and what a place for that to be here on Lightning Rod in Storm Point. To make that metaphor. Ghost Gaming. Not trying to hide in the rafters, no. Doing tons of damage there is Rack. 24 points to their name. And Migo and Niazol, they fall as well. It's Scary eliminated. What a performance from them, though. Probably 53 on the day. Is it enough for second place? We'll have to find out after this. But Ghost Gaming climbing for more. Every point matters. Playoffs in a month. They're taking it slow though, James. Still Designful and the rest of G2 up on top NRG. They've kind of snuck by. No one really paying attention to them until now. Oh, the fight kicks off, and they're going to have to bubble their way out of this. All of NRG have no shields left, so someone's going to have to go huge. Is it Nathan? It may not be. Is it Sweet? We saw what he did with the boat check. He does actually finish off the kill, and it's G2 Resulta, though, up on top, who just clean up the final kill. It's almost too simple for them, as G2 on 72 points on the day now, surely in the prime position to push down and win.
Everybody trying to keep their heads above water, but G2 keeps stepping on them and pushing them back down. Still forcing the other teams to engage each other. When G2 drop, it is to take first place, not to possibly come second. Holding angles in the meantime. Don't look at us, guys. You got to go and fight each other. You got to find who's going to be the last champion to come our way and then die, is what G2 is saying. But now it could be a heal-off unless they drop before that zone closes off to them, and that might force their hand. Now, somehow we still have 3 squads remaining. G2 may be wondering how they are being forced at the moment. Where is that third team? What is happening downstairs?
Great play as well. Resulta, even all that has gone on, all the shield being lost, still saves the bubble for the defensive bombardment. This is the team that's firing on all cylinders. And he has a one-time scope. He's not going to need to do this more than once either. He'd love to, though, because, of course, 2 squads left. That means there's one more in the way of G2 from not just taking a win here in Game 6, but taking the entirety of the win in this lobby. It is Bursty with a phase breach. Maybe to get the job done? No chance. G2 are your champions here today in Game 6 and in the lobby.
Limited their risk, had the best position, had height, had the zone, just stopped people from climbing the tower. They played tower defense until it was time to get some KP as well, and did that. Took one of their biggest threats out in NRG, who took out TSM earlier in spectacular fashion with the bow check. Have to note that was really, really awesome. But props to G2. The zone was in their favor, the elevation was in their favor, and the skill to some degree was in their favor as well.
You know, when anybody complains about the housing market right now going on in the United States and a little bit around the world, this is the power of having good real estate. You can see why so many people are after it. G2 landed in Lightning Rod, stayed at the top of Lightning Rod, fought mid-game in Lightning Rod, headed to the end game on top of Lightning Rod, and then just won. Pretty simple plan of action, and they executed pretty well.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that zone for CLG, I knew they were going to have a really difficult time as well. Worth noting them because they were so far away. It was always going to be hard for them to find position. And of course, they were in a really critical point as far as their points are concerned and the potential. We'll see what that looks like a little later on. But that was a difficult spot for them. So indeed, it was definitely in G2's favor to be in that position and have the zone landing there. You could not ask for more on a map like Storm Point, and you can see what that meant for CLG, trying to find something, trying to find somewhere, and only coming away with 1 point.
Well, these northern circles in Storm Point have a totally different feel to them, and G2 has dominated almost everyone that I remember seeing in the last day. TSM does really well in these central and southern circles, but there are teams that kind of have been involved in everything, and that goes out to Scary. I mean, that goes out to even RCO Esports getting involved too a little bit over there. CLG, really good job today. Charlotte Phoenix too. I mean, they didn't start off as fast as they could have, but they were engaged throughout most of these circles. I like how we're seeing teams start to show up as contenders, not because they dominate one game particularly like the G2s, but because they're constantly a factor in any circle, and that's just, again, a testament to their flexibility.
G2, I think for 2/3 of that game, had 1 kill, but they had all the position they needed, and they were able to get 11 kills in total when it mattered. They chose the right time to strike without taking too much risk. Again, I don't think they ever did drop completely down to the lowest level. Again, it was a heal off at the very end, but they gave themselves the options. They were able to disengage if they needed to. They managed their risk, but of course they had a fantastic position as well. But they also made the best of it, which maybe not everybody's going to do.
No. That was a tough one. A heal off with a phase breach. It's only going to last you so long while you're traveling. It was a nice try, though. Kate, coming back on and joining us here. How do you feel about that final circle?
I feel like I just had a workout in a very high-priced gym at this point because these last 6 matches have been anything but ordinary, anything but awesome. I mean, they're awesome. Sorry. I'm tired. This is very exciting, and I know you are too because these matches have been out of control. And I want to ask, let's start with you, James. From the beginning, you got to give credit where credit is due here. G2 controlled their space. They expanded their domination on that high ground. And, they really pulled out the beginning, the middle, and the end of this match 6 story.
Yeah, they kept control of the critical parts of such a large building. As you saw how desperate the rotations were coming. Look at this with the bow check. Just can we take a second? Look at the victims. Yes. That's how that eliminated TSM. I have never seen a bow check used with such exquisite precision. I'm very happy. We did speak about this like yesterday. But anyway, G2, they held the critical parts of their building, and they've been a scary team. Before we came into that game, they were firing on all cylinders, and they really made it hard for teams to coexist and survive, to have any kind of space around them that could be useful. G2 denied them, and they got their KP for it as well.
I love, James, what you said before, and Evan, I agree, I'm sure you agree with this, where, or actually, I'm sorry, it was Evan that actually said this, which is to say that they actually decided they had very little KP at the beginning, towards the middle of that match. They actually decided to pull back, to hold back, to be able to make those very strategic moves, those rotations that don't necessarily include mowing down your lobby, but really look at that late game and say, okay, we're going to take all of the KP we can whenever we find ourselves intelligently positioned.
I actually find that to be, especially in these higher intensity lobbies and when game 5s and 6 are coming, the better way to go about it. I think if you chase KP too early, you run into these weird 3v3s where you can get caught off guard by a 20 team, an 18 team who's not doing well in the lobby, who has a good fight. But if you put yourself in a good position towards late game and you just allow things to come towards you and to poke and start getting involved, start getting your Evo shields up, it's so much easier in my opinion to then, hey, if you're in final circle, 2 squads left, if you win the game, that means you just got 6 KP, plus 12. That's an 18-point game at the very least. So that's the type of situation I would try to go for more and more, and I like teams who, play the long game.
Yeah, work smarter, not harder, so to speak.
Yep.
At any rate, let's take a look at the drop, because we do talk about that an awful lot here, James, and I want to make sure we mention match 5. We had a bunch of teams. We had Lazarus, OXG, RCO, DW, TSM all in the zone. They were primed. They were ready. But of course, the top 6 squads in that match number 5 were basically, I think, one of them. TSM was the only of those that happened to be in that top 6. Talk to me a little bit about, particularly, I'm sorry, I'm looking at this, James, and I'm seeing cluster, and boy, that's so much fun, but also super scary if you're in this lobby.
Yeah, and when that zone is in that top right corner, and you're CLG or one of those teams, it is a certain kind of cluster cake, because we can see that we have basically 7 teams landing in that immediate area. Once you have the information, those 7 teams are posting up in one of those critical buildings, and then you have the teams in the middle as well. So it's, I think like you have to have, especially because of the height of Storm Point, it is an issue for those teams on the low ground. I think you have to have some kind of specific plan when the zone is going to be all the way up there, because otherwise you're going to be, you're really fighting for scraps. So again, it's a busy area. You can see the importance of it. The loot up there is really good as well, which is why it's quite popular. But when the zone heads there as well, if you're down at fish farms or something, then again, you got to get your skates on.
Get your skates on. I love it. And always have an exit strategy. Always have an exit strategy. Well, let's take a look at what the math tells us here. We got our leaderboards here, gang, for Group A versus B. Well,
wow.
Evan, I'm going to say this right now. That's a pretty commanding number 1. No one is going to question G2.
I mean, yeah, G2 killing it. What a great game to finish it off, and then what a great performance on the day. But, I think G2 will be okay with me putting a little bit more of the spotlight on the next 4 teams, because it's scary. It's RCO Esports, it's LMK, it's Buff Pathfinder. None of these teams are in playoffs right now, and they just put together huge top 5 performances that could change that. I mean, we might very well see one of these teams or a couple of them in Sweden because of what just happened today, and that's pretty impressive to me.
Absolutely. And James, as we take a look at that second page, sadly my W is all the way down at 14, which ironically is my favorite number. We're going to let that one slide. But, even the likes of Bad Boys, they came out, they were very nearly they were in our winners. They were, not our winners, I should say, our final circle there with G2.
They were indeed, but perhaps too little too late. And I'm just impressed by how many teams in that top 5 don't even have logos. That just shows you these aren't fancy pants. These are guys who are out here grinding. Ganjaman, second place. He's new on the scene, and we're talking about him every single day. Him and his team. But I feel like it's rare we see a team come through and just they're putting in work every day. It's not just a little highlight here, a little highlight there, or a well placement. Maybe they had a good position. These guys are always in the mix, in the conversation.
Always in the mix and the conversation. Couldn't agree with you more. Well, let's take a look at what that conversation translates to in our overall leaderboards. As a reminder, we are in A versus D today. So then B versus C is tomorrow. But oh boy. So you can see the rounds played here. Evan, obviously G2 I would say commandingly, but actually I'm looking at here and it's only 6 points. But still very, very big.
Yeah, and, NRG, Esports Arena, TSM, obviously Esports Arena haven't played yet. They've got a game in hand. Even the teams below, Sentinels, Liquid, Complexity, Torrent, teams who were in that close to the top 10, they've got a game in hand as well. So you cannot count your chickens before they hatch. But RCO Esports, scary, having 60 points. They are, in a good position here. And there's, maybe 3 or 4 teams who we can see breaking 60 after tomorrow, like Sentinels, Liquid, and maybe Complexity, who have a game in hand. But all the other teams, they're not. So they've put themselves in almost a 3-team race here to be able to reach 9, 10, and 8. And I love to see it.
Oh, man. Speaking of seeing, we can't, James, I love that you talk about this. You can't have a winner without a loser. And I wouldn't say necessarily that all of these teams are for sure, but we're talking about those last squads in the red. And, I hate to put it this way, but the heat is on because we are coming down to the last few chances for these teams to really pull themselves out of that red and even just into the yellow.
Now, if we look at the teams in and around the red, most of them right now have a game in hand. They haven't played just yet. They've got a 5th game to play over the guys above them. So we're going to see a lot of mixing around. But I'm looking at you, Furia. You guys are on the cusp of madness. You got to sort yourselves out immediately. I don't know what it's going to take, but you need to fix up, man, because that is not where Furia should be by any means. There is talent on that team, and it's not showing in the leaderboard right now.
Absolutely. And James, I'll also say 21. I mean, you're looking at 21 through, I think it was 15, and they're within, either all of the same pointage or within 3 points. And it's just so jam-packed. I could not agree with you more as this competition really heats up. And we keep talking about that. But the reality is that we're at a fever pitch already. We're at the place when there is a Sweden LAN on the line. And my goodness, it couldn't be more pressure filled, which is why I think some of us come on after we watch these matches and, like me, go, "Oh God, this is Evan." It feels like the workout has been done. My anxiety has gotten into a fever pitch as well, and quite frankly, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm at a LAN right now. I haven't moved pretty much anywhere from outside of the lights and a camera for the last 72 hours. So I feel like I'm already in Sweden. It's warmer in here, I think, hopefully. I actually don't know. I don't know the temperature out there, but I will say that there's definitely the real experience showing up for the talent, for the broadcast crew, and the players. They recognize it's go time. We gotta do it.
It is go time indeed. Now, as this competition heats up, so does the gameplay. But who are making these clutch plays and who are ratting out to be the hero of their teams? Perhaps our analysts can shed some light on their key players. James, it's a hard question to answer, but who are the key players for you? Who are you looking at and maintaining throughout this entire 6 matches?
The question was made easier for me today because of Sleepy Panda's performance on RCO. after the 4th game, he had about 70% of the kills for his entire team. And bearing in mind how high they are on today's leaderboard, but also the potential they have to make it to Sweden, this performance is oh so important. It's really, really crucial that they had a good day today, and he forced their way forward. He got so much KP for his team, and it was critical. Every single one, as we get into these clutch days, absolutely critical for Arcio to try and make it into Europe.
Critical clutch plays. I assume, Evan, the player you're going to tell me about has something a lot like that.
Yeah, it couldn't have gotten much more critical or clutch today than G2 and Designful. This man did it all, and, you know, he had a great team supporting him, but I love the way that these guys are just stepping up into their own. I mean, obviously, they've had the talent. They've got the smack talk. You always love, whether it's wrestling, whether it's professional sports, whether it's Apex, somebody who knows how to back themselves up and talk a little trash when they do things well. And G2, no fear in that regard, but to also play kind of a mechanically excellent game and to do the things positionally and even just here, right? Like playing the patient game, they can get aggressive. They can also be patient, sit in the same spot all game long, and then when teams come at them, take the fight the right way, not push excessively, and essentially they win a heal off here, which is, the most patient way to win in Apex Legends. These guys are phenomenal, and I think Designful on the Caustic, on the Ash, just a marquee player in the scene and a marquee player today for sure.
Absolutely, and using that patience as a weapon. Let's see how they have all done here with our kill leaderboard. And, okay, Evan, I'm giving it to you here. Designful coming in at number 18. But guess what? James is right behind you.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams, these two players, incredibly gifted. But, James, you know, we always like to shift the conversation to the one player, no matter what they do, is ending up in a top 3 kill leaderboard, and that's Ganjamin.
Absolutely. That guy is just ubiquitous at present. But not far behind him is Hal, and I have to give Hal his props because what a day he has had today. He got stereo Krabered earlier on. He got shot by 2 Krabers in 1 second, and then he got bow checks in the air. And I think herein we have to call that the bow check incident because we're honestly talking about style points to the bow check, and then we got it immediately. So to get even that incident, to get that far up with all that happening takes a lot of skill. So props to him.
And it made James very happy, and I cannot tell you how happy that makes the rest of us as well. Well, no matter how you slice it, these are forces to be reckoned with. Lobbies, look out, because you have been warned. These players, they may have your number. You might want to hang around to check this out and to find out if any of these players make it to Sweden. And I do want to touch on something real quick before we head over. Evan, let's talk real quick about team comps, because I got to give credit to some of these teams who have come out with a little, the Horizons, the Loba, and the Bangalore. What's up, Ghost?
I think
on Starpoint.
I think those compositions are really fun. But it's also, there's kind of become this kind of staple that, and we see this in G2, and maybe we'll even get a chance to talk to them about it, which is on World's Edge, kind of veering towards the Valkyrie with the Caustic and Gibraltar, and then also on Stormpoint mixing up a little bit, switching out that Ash and being able to have the Gibraltar and the Valkyrie for some protection, but also dual mobility and height, which is so important there. And I think those two have kind of shown up above the rest, but it doesn't mean that, you see a couple of teams like SSG's, Zanile, he pulled out the Horizon. We do love to see this variability. I think we'll still see it, but I think we've started to also see the dust settle on some of these lineups that are clearly getting the job done.
They are indeed, and we just take witness of it for 3 whole games on Stormpoint, 3 on World's Edge. Well, now it's time to find out a little bit from the horse's mouth. That guy you just saw at the top of our kill leaderboards, he's hanging out with our own Vicky Kitty. Vicky, over to you.
Hey, thank you so much, Kate. Designful, what happened today, man? You were playing out of your mind as if you were competing in the tune-in exams yourself. I mean, I just need to ask you with this first question. Is the anime power real?
It is. It is. I swear. I mean, it's crazy. I don't know. It was a joke at first. I switched my profile picture to Itachi, and I don't think it's a joke anymore. I binge watched 30 episodes the last 2 days, and I'm addicted. I'm addicted.
Okay, all right. Well, you guys were popping off Split 1, but while some teams were struggling on figuring out Stormpoint, you guys stayed consistent. I mean, how are you guys liking Stormpoint? What's your approach to actually swapping from World's Edge into Stormpoint?
I personally like Stormpoint a lot because I'm able to play Ashe and do dumb things, but I have to play more reserved and on Caustic on World's Edge because we kind of got a Caustic meta coming around again on NA. So I mean, I really like Stormpoint. I think Stormpoint really showcases the teams that work really well together and have really good teamwork because it's a new map. Not everybody knows the map perfectly yet. Nobody has set rotations, so that's why you see on Stormpoint a lot of these teams that generally do good just start coming back up the leaderboard.
Well, you know, talking a little bit about your team, for those of you guys that don't know how your team was formed, I mean, can you give us a little bit of that background information on how you guys were able to stay together for so long? I mean, you guys have been the roller gang for a while now.
Well, it all started on, well, I was on Xbox and Resulta was on PlayStation, and we did like kill races back in the day, and I told them, I was like, hey, I'm going to come over to PlayStation when this Pro League thing starts, because they had a little Pro League over on PlayStation. Joined up, Resulta had to work, so I had to pick up teammates, and Gent lasered me from across the map with an R9 for 200 damage, like 3 times in ranked, and I was like, this kid's cheating, like he's nuts. So I just hit him up, and I was like, hey, because he had a team too. I was like, hey, you got to leave him. And he didn't even know me. He just played ranked against me, and he's like, yeah, dude, sure. And I was like, all right, let's go. And then Resulta came back from work, and the rest is history. The rest is history.
Did you guys ever have those 1v1s in the firing range just to like establish that dominance? I'm coming in from PlayStation myself, so it's really great to hear that story.
I mean, yeah, back in the day, they were the wingman lords, but now when we hop in the range, they're like, no, dude, wingman's the best 1v1 gun. This is bogus. Jen's always like, no, dude, my R301 just can't beat a wing in the range. Like the 1v1s don't count. So I mean, every day before ALGS, we just 1v1 mess around, warm up a little, and it's been really fun.
Well, the wingman
keeping us on point.
Seeing you guys, and the fact that you're talking about the wingman really does highlight that, because at one point TSM knew it was your team just based off of the fact that you guys were running the wingman. You guys had the double wingman. We listened to their comms. They called it out immediately that you guys were the ones on top of them. I mean, what are your team's ideal loadouts aside from the wingman? What really makes your team so strong at fighting?
So the wingman's like a really weird gun. It's a very high risk, high reward gun, and I got Resulta now on the wingman because you guys nerfed him. You nerfed him with the triple take, you nerfed him with the scout, you nerfed him with the longbow. So he just picked up the wingman, went back to his old school ways, and now if I miss my shots, Jordan's got me, and if Jordan misses his shots, I got him. So like 100% of the time, we're pretty much insta knocking someone in every fight.
Well, after today, you guys surely secured a playoff spot. I mean, you guys have just been so consistent within this split too. How much do you think the current meta will change though before we get to Sweden?
I think Sweden is going to be the person who wins Sweden is 100% going to be the best team because of all the different like compositions we see. Like APAC North runs crypto, EU's running like Bangalore. I don't know if EU's like warming up for that because I mean Gibby kind of sucks with a lot of cryptos in the lobby, and they're running Bangalore over there now. So depending on what lobby or what group you get at LAN, teams are just gonna have to adapt. They're gonna have to play different things, different legends. It's gonna be interesting, and the team that wins that is definitely gonna be the best team because they can adapt to all the different play styles.
I like how you highlighted the different compositions. We've been seeing a lot of that across different regions. So much crypto in EMEA, Watson crypto and APAC. That's going to be so interesting to watch. I'm really excited. But that's going to be my last question. Right before I toss it back over to the desk, though, any shout-outs? Anything you wanna say to your teammates or to anybody supporting you back at home?
Shout out Gent. He's back from La La Land. Shout out Jordan. Buff as Gibby out there. Reps you too. You're kind of buff. But also shout out controllers. Let's go. Holding it down for y'all. Let's go. We can do it. We can do it. It's proven. We're here, baby. First place in Pro League. And they say Ju-Chu's not consistent. Let's get it. We're primed for land.
Let's go. Let's go. Super happy to see that. Super happy. Thank you so much, Designful. Thank you so much for taking your time to talk to us. Kate, back to you.
Well, thank you, Vicky. And Designful coming in with the controller love here, James. You gotta love to see it. I gotta love to hear it. I appreciate it primarily.
Yeah, do it with a driving wheel, then I'll be impressed.
You got one of those sleds, I forgot. We'll get
See
you.
some pedal
Yeah, the
frags.
next thing you're going to drive is that Trident. I can feel it. It's going to be a great mini game. I can't wait. Well, you know what? We won't have to wait too long for our next broadcast because we've got so much happening. We've got so much happening here on the stream. Certainly, we have today. You've enjoyed our Saturday, which is great because we've enjoyed it too. But we also have a Sunday, and we got a Monday, and we got a lot of things coming up and a lot of different streams that you can showcase because, of course, we are in hot pursuit of those playoffs. We're in hot pursuit of what is coming up next. But you know what? Before we get to that, I was kind of stalling because I didn't want to get to the talent predictions, everybody. But
We have a
I'm going
highlight,
to
I
deal.
think, Kate.
I'm going to deal, James.
Oh.
You'll be fine.
Oh.
No.
Oh, I
God.
can't believe it.
Hey, do you know what? I like my face in black and white. It's fine.
You already got half of that nonstop, James. So it's really just the white that's adding. Listen, I love this moment here. The Oscars are tomorrow. I'm working on my acceptance speech. I think if I win tomorrow, guys, I'm kind of starting to become a force to be reckoned with here.
Well, you know what? I will say this. I was also not a part of the winning strategy here, but James, you were also not a part. But I think to help quell your sadness, we have one more highlight just for you ready to go. And feel free to speak us to
Look,
talk us through
I needed to see this one more time. This is absolutely ridiculous. Like, Sweet, what are you doing? Have you been practicing this? How is he grabbing these launches like this?
Legolas.
That's absolutely outrageous. Absolutely outrageous.
Make me lean to my other monitor.
Oh, they've done it. Look, what's going on? He doesn't miss. He doesn't miss. Have you ever seen so much hang time with a box? Look how high that box is. It's almost higher than a tower. What's going on?
Literally, you know what's funny, James? Yesterday, I was trying to remember during one of our, I couldn't remember who it was that was saying, that literally had expressed the exact desire for that exact thing to happen. And then today, as soon as we saw the bow check and you lost your mind, I was like, it was James! James was the one who was talking about this because it was stuck in my head since yesterday. And it's nice to see your hopes and your dreams come to fruition right here in our online tournament.
Yeah, that was real quick.
This is James living his best moment in his life right now.
I literally said off stream, we were talking about crazy frags like, I don't know, Horizon hits a trident gets Crave and everyone dies. But another one was the bow check doing basically that to a Valkyrie. Unreal.
You know what, James? I love how creative you are with some of these potential shots. I'm here for it. Let's continue that round. But you know what? Speaking of continuing, as I mentioned earlier, we have our next NA broadcast tomorrow. That's be Sunday. That's be whatever. We're tired. Anyway, that's Sunday starting at 2 p.m. Pacific, like it did this day, 10 p.m. BST. That's where you're going to see all of our NA teams, and you're going to go B versus C. We saw A versus D today, but don't you worry. B versus C is tomorrow. And, of course, they are all in pursuit of our playoffs that are coming later on in, a few weeks now. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Evan, is there anything else you want to make sure that people know? Having been now to the end of our match number 6 in NA, going into B versus C tomorrow.
I just want to let people know that it is now or never. And the game's in hand. The teams who have a game in hand show up, because we're seeing the teams who took their shot today, the likes of the RCOs, likes of Scary, and it doesn't look like they're slowing down. So you're going to have to bounce back. I'm looking at Liquid. I'm looking at Complexity. I have full trust in these guys to be able to do it, but they're going to have to show up.
And I will say, apologies, C versus D is tomorrow for NA. C versus D, gang. There's so many letters. But you know what? More importantly, there's so many teams that have their chance to still punch their ticket to Stockholm. We're not giving up on a lot of them yet, because this is certainly their time to shine, and it starts tomorrow, of course. Well, you know what? If you want to keep up with all of our action, if you want to see these final circles replayed, if you want to see, I bet they have that highlight coming up again and again, then you're going to want to head to all of our socials. And our socials, of course, at Play Apex Esports on Twitter, at Play Apex Esports on YouTube, and of course, twitch.tv/PlayApex. We're everywhere you want to be. We're all the places you know to go. And you know what, James? I gotta give credit to our team. They are doing an incredible job of helping you level up your gameplay.
They really are, yeah. Well, you know what? I've always avoided the bow check, but maybe I'll give it a go now. If I can do 10% of what Sweet can do, then maybe I'll, have some life achievements with that thing. So, fingers crossed.
Something to strive for. I love it. Well, that will do it for us. But a huge thank you to you, the fans, and of course our teams, our cast, our crew. Thank you to the support from Lenovo and Monster Energy for keeping this ALGS Pro League. And, thank you once again to you, our viewers, because you have continued to keep us excited. The fans are hyped, and I know that the train has continually left the station over and over this weekend, and we will continue to be on it. So a huge thank you to you throughout this entire split. Well, that'll do it for us. Until next time, we'll see you later.
You ready, Jordan?
Right side, you have to go. Oh, wait, I don't even know where you have to go.
Go left, we go left.
Yep.
Wait, there's not a door here.
I got a knock.
They astroed it. You need to use your astro too.
Let's go!
Let's go!
They weren't in. Let's go, baby!